There we go. All right. So everybody, welcome to the 2021 annual Blue Lotus Consulting and Services. We do all kinds of different stuff, personal and professional consulting and development and all that kind of stuff. Well, I don't know what side she's on, my co-host for the day and our sponsor, Kiva Dag. She is the owner of and operator and founder of Elemental Empress Medicine. And she's going to be assisting me today, giving you guys a great experience. And all of our panelists on here are going to be giving some talks in a little bit. Now, we're expecting Saturdays have a notoriously bad turnout, so we're not going to be doing breakout rooms today. I don't think we're going to need them. Instead, what we would like for you guys to do is please ask any questions you have. Raise your hand. There should be a little button on the bottom that allows you to raise your hand. We will bring you up. You're not going to be on video, so you don't have to worry about looking stellar this morning. Feel free to put your comments, questions in the chat if you're more comfortable doing that too. When we do bring you up though, we will hear your audio if you want to come on, but we also want to hear your experiences. It's not just about us throwing information at you. It's about you sharing what you know and your knowledge, and we're all here to learn and grow together. So, you know, by all means, don't be shy, and we're here to help. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Kiva Dag.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Abby, for hosting and bringing us all together, Saturday or not. Nice to connect and be able to share information and connect with each other. So I'm going to run in and post or share the screen here. Yeah, so if everyone wants to just make sure that you have a piece of paper and a pen, pretty handy. And we're going to do a little bit of a meditation as well as we go through it, sort of like, you know, halfway through or 2/3 through. So if you want to have a blanket as well and just make sure that you're in a comfy spot so that you can settle in. And we're going to have an experiential understanding of body symbolism and how you can use it. So we're going to practice that here. I find that's the best way to remember these simple techniques so that you can use it again. So just make sure that you have those things ready. And yeah, so this talk is body symbolism, how we can communicate with our bodies and how that is helpful for us to go into our ailments and receive these messages from them. A little bit about me. My name is Kiva and I'm an elemental medicine practitioner. I trained as a naturopath and I went into birth work and lots of different areas, and I brought it all together with the elements, which I'm going to start off explaining today, and that's going to feed into body symbolism and communication as essentially as a language that we can use for the body. I'm just going to pop the chat up here just so I make sure that I see any questions. Feel free to pop them in. And also, if you want to, because this is body symbolism and body communication, if there is something in particular that you are struggling to understand, like sensations or an ailment in your body, you know, feel free to pop that into the chat whenever. I'll call for that again as we move through. But yeah, we can do a personalized if there are some people that want to share. And that's also really helpful for other people on the call as well, because you never know who else might be experiencing that. But yeah, healing with the elements, fire, air, earth, and water is a way to tune back into the truth behind healing, the truth within ourselves. This is an ancient medicine that's always been present on earth, that they're ancient energies really that we can communicate with, and they're foundational for a lot of different practices of natural medicine. And we're going to explore more of that. And this is how I support people and help people to heal themselves, become their own best healer. The elements, fire, air, earth, and water can be super simple. They can go very esoteric and very far and complicated and into nature. Sometimes we think, well, the elements are out when I'm walking in the forest, or the elements are when I'm sitting by a river. And this practice that I share with body symbolism is to bring the elements into your everyday existence. So fire being the electricity in your home, and water being the water that you're drinking in your kitchen. So really bringing the elements into your everyday experience helps with communicating with them and communicating with ways that you can heal your body. With fire within the body, for body symbolism, we have our passions in life, we have the physical heat we feel in the body, and we have metabolism as a little bit of a summary. And I'm going to go into some of the organs and parts of the body that we can see it in. But as a general overview, we can see that fire is diminishing if we are lacking in heat, we're lacking in good circulation, we're not really feeling very joyful about life. This is all signs that our fire is kind of dwindling. And we can also have the opposite, where we lean towards burnout when we're overdoing it. We are active all the time. We're, just burning the candle at both ends would be what people would describe it as a lot of the time. And with water is the opposite in a sense, like we have that masculine, feminine energy with the sun and the moon. So with water, it's intuition, it's cleansing, hydration, and we can see a lacking in water when we have too much fire, when we're overdoing it and we're not sinking into that yin energy, that calmingness that water can provide us. And that calmness can come from, if you imagine sitting by a lake or a river, and it can also come from just hydrating yourself, eating hydrating foods and good drinking water. So we can see that reflection, the nature provides it, and we can also provide it for our bodies. Then with air, we have the mind and communication and our breath, coming into how we share our voice, where our mind goes, how our thoughts are circulating, our visions of the future as well, like our manifestations, looking into the expansiveness of air, like huge potential, looking at the potential of life. And as humans, we have that capacity to really think up amazing things. So the air element supports us with that. And we can see how comfortable we are with the expansiveness and potential of air by the breath within the body. So if we're not feeling very safe within our bodies, within our lives, within our potential, we start to experience things like anxiety, hyperventilation, like difficulties breathing. And this is when we need to tune into the more positive aspects of air and become empowered that we can control our minds. We can be the person that decides how we speak to ourselves and what we share with the world. So that air is one that can challenge people the most, I find. It's one of the weirder ones, and it's quite like intangible, as air is. And then lastly, with earth, we have grounding, values, we have the root chakra, these very stabilizing and still parts of our life, these things that make us feel safe. And we have around that, we have food. So how are we nourishing ourselves? And connecting with the earth element grounds us. It's the balancing for a racing mind. And all of these together, as we start to see how they work, we're going to look at how this can be an alphabet for understanding body symbolism. And just before we touch on that, I just want to mention why I use just these 4 elements, because some people might be familiar with the elements and how they work. Okay, Abby wants to know more about water. Cool, we will touch on that at the end when we move through some more of how we can use water for this process of body communication, because it does tie in a few slides. So why focus on these 4 elements is because I work with body connection mainly, like what messages your body wants to share with you, and that is really from the neck down. So we have these higher, like some people work with ether, and I relate these 4 elements to the 4 chakras within the body, from the heart and the solar plexus, the sacral and the root. And this is all about an embodiment practice. And that's why I use these 4 elements and how I use them for interpreting body symbols. And when I started to unravel what body symbolism is and what my body was trying to share with me, it was kind of one of those things of, I didn't want to have to learn, this means this, and the kidneys mean that, and that has its place. But of course, then you're working from a part of the brain that is memory, and that can just feel like a bit of a chore to remember what each part of the body does. And so with a different kind of framework, we can start to understand our body and understand our body's language and not have to learn every individual organ and every connection in which it makes. And this is where we can use fire, air, earth, and water within the symbolism. And the deeper layer of that, we're going to touch on the fire, air, earth, and water and how that is an alphabet and how we can use that. But just to touch on the organs on a really simple level, you know, married with the elemental structure, we can just simply think about what they actually allow us to do, you know. So oftentimes I'll reflect back at someone a question, say for instance, they're struggling with their stomach and their digestion, and I'll just reflect that back as like, how are you finding digesting your life experiences? And it's almost just like, whoa, how did you know I was really struggling with digesting my life experiences? And I'm just like, you know, if we just look at it from another level, we can see that our body is communicating something super, super obvious to us. If we just look at it another level about what this thing is allowing us to do. And then with an ailment or an energy block, you know, what is it stopping us from doing? And this is when we can start to really communicate with the body and feel satisfied with the way that we are communicating with ourselves and feel like we're really listening. Because sometimes we have ailments that essentially make us rest, or they teach us lessons like, how do I ask for help? You know, some people might need to learn that lesson and then they might, you know, break their leg and all of a sudden they have to rely on other people's help. And you know, we're taught in this way. So everyone's ailment is different in that way. And that's why we're going to do a communication technique after the meditation to tune into that. Relating that into the energy body is where we can start to simply understand the elements and the energetic system. And this way of communicating that is quite simple. It's only have to remember 4 elements rather than every part of the body. So when we look at the heart space, we have the air element. When we look at the solar plexus, we have fire. And when we look at the sacral, we have water. And when we look at the root, we have earth. And when we have issues in these areas, so if we have issues in the root, in the pelvic bowl, in the hip bones, in the kind of like lower organs, like the colon, the womb space, we start to move into then the digestive system, the intuition, how we assimilate food within the sacral, and that's all around water. Then within the solar plexus, the stomach, how we're digesting food, that fire in life, and then moving into the heart space with air. We can start to see how they work together. And this is how we decrypt the code, or we see the language of the elements within the physical body. Sorry, I think my dog is trying to escape out of that room. Yes, so when we tune into it in this way, it's just a little bit easier to see the framework. So I just wonder, has anyone ever worked with the elements in this way or related the elements to the chakra system and use that? So you can pop that into the chat if you have, just to get anyone's experience in this. And yeah, that's really helpful to get people's personal experience. Just to note here with the energetic system, it all relates to each other. So an example for this is if you are breathing and you're finding it hard to breathe, like you're saying that you have like a shallow breath for you're not really sure why, and possibly even anxiety, this type of issue, this can stop us from feeling very passionate about life. And we can see this in the elements and in the energetic system because we're not breathing. We're not like expanding our breath, and then our breath doesn't reach into our fire. And this makes sense in an elemental structure because if we look at a literal fire externally to ourselves, you know, when we make a fire, we blow air into it to ignite the fire and to have those flames. And it's the same with our internal system. We need to be taking those deep breaths to have a stimulated and enlightened fire within our being. So people who tend to have difficulty with breathing tend to also have difficulty with digesting life experiences and with finding their passion and living their light. If you notice someone who's very comfortable breathing, they're open, their energy is expanded, they're very comfortable, they're able to digest things as you have conversations. and they're maybe talking about their passions and their face lights up. That's a really good relationship between the air and the fire there. So that's just a small example. So what are the associations again, element to a chakra? Okay, so the base here in the roots, we have the earth. So an easy way to remember this is like roots of a tree. So roots going down, this relates to our stability in life, our values, our family structure, things like that. If you think about a tree, in the sacral, we have water. So the emotional body and our intuition. The solar plexus, we have fire. Around the stomach area, how we feel about digesting life. And then around the heart space and the throat, we have air. So I've done guided meditations where we're guided through the chakras and elements. It's beautiful and creates balance. Yes, I love that. That's great. Yeah, that's a little bit about what we're going to do today in the meditation. And that opens up a lot of wisdom from the elements to teach us as well, just going through the different energy centers and communicating with them. And when we know that this energy center relates to that element, we can tune in and ask, you know, how is my fire feeling today? How is my water feeling today? And this is much more accessible sometimes than asking, you know, how is my intestines feeling today? Because it's like, what? You know, what does that mean? I don't even know what my intestines really even look like. Okay, so when we think about it as water, and I ask people, how is your water feeling within your sacral or even just within your abdomen? They'll be able to say that it feels murky or it feels clear, or, you know, they are able to tune in much more easily. It's much more accessible. Cool. So that's going to help us with the guided meditation and sharing how we tune into those energies. And we're going to have an experience of that. Before we go into that and we do the exercise with the writing, this is a really helpful point to understand communication with the body. Mostly what I teach is really just trusting what you know and trusting that you do know what is going on with you and what's going on with your body. And so I hold space for those two things, for the elemental structure to learn this way of communication, and then for trust. And I always find this interesting that this is so much of the work, and how my job can sometimes just be super easy because I'm just saying back what you already know because you know. And this is true for a lot of people, and it's not anyone's fault. It's not that you've done something wrong. It's really how most of us have been raised and educated within our society. So how we have been taught about the world. And so if we think about this in regards to our parents, like we're told we always have to ask them a question, or our teacher, we have to ask the teacher, you know, what do you know? And then if we're sick, we have to ask the doctor. And then that feeds into, you know, pregnancy, birthing, all kind of stages in life. We're told you don't know, you have to ask someone else. And so when I say to someone, communicate with your body and trust the messages that are coming through, they're like, I've been asking people all my life, why on earth would I just trust myself? That makes no sense. That doesn't fit in anywhere. Okay. So sometimes that does happen. And it's just to say that this is something that we're collectively going through together. And it's something we're evolving through. And it's when you get past that, and the elements are very supportive for getting past that, it's this whole new world where you can actually trust yourself and trust the information that comes through. And I just want to say a little note on progressions of ailments in regards to that before we move on from here. And I wrote about this in a recent article about flow writing, that's up on my webpage. If writing is something that interests you, that will interest you. But I was writing about it, and it was this progression of why we have to get such severe ailments, like why we have to get such intense sensations to actually listen to them. And this intrigues me sometimes, like, because as I've evolved to listen to my body and the sensations, I've had to get less intense messages from my body to listen. So I listen earlier. I listen to the message when it's in my energy body, rather than, you know, having to wait for it to get all the way to my physical body and cause me a lot of trouble and a lot of pain. And why I feel like this manifests is related to the fact that we're asking everyone else for their opinion. So by the time like we start to feel something, we get a few symptoms, we spend so much time asking other people what they think that the ailment keeps manifesting and intensifying over that time we're asking everyone else. And asking ourselves might not even occur to us, or it might be like 10th on the list to ask, what's going on? What is my body sharing with me? And so this is why sometimes the body has to be really forward and really intense when it's sharing messages with you. And that's just a little bit of a guiding path for not having to go so far down that path to receive the communication. Okay, so I'm just going to check in with the chat. Cool. Yeah, so this structure, the elements provide structure for the flow of our intuition to speak to us and through us. When we feel safe and held, we open to listen to ourselves. And this is where I find it really helpful to understand the elements and use that as a structure to let my intuition flow. Because as I was saying there, we're coming from this time where we're not told that our intuition is correct. And an example, a simple example of this is for children when they have intuitive prompts about other people's emotions, like adults' emotions or circumstances. For instance, like a child walking into the kitchen saying like, "Mom, you look really sad." And because a lot of the time we're not comfortable with our emotions, the mom will say then, "No, I'm not sad, I'm happy, everything is good." And then the child thinks, "Oh, I'm wrong, like my intuition is incorrect. I've misread the situation." And through these sequential circumstances of people trying to act a certain way and not accepting their emotions or feelings, children then start to believe that their intuition is incorrect. And then we grow into adults and we have this innate, ingrained thing not to trust ourselves or our instincts or intuition, because that's how we've been programmed through our lives. And retraining that can take a bit of time, and it's a new support system that's needed to go through that process and to learn from intuition. And that's where, when we know, okay, I can feel supported and have this structure, I can think about things in terms of, you know, my sacral, my water, my fire, my air, and my earth. Okay, where am I now and how am I feeling? It's an easy way to tune in and to relate to ourselves and understand that body symbolism. Amazing. So we're going to tune in for a little bit of a meditation just to ground all of that. But before we do that, does anyone have any questions before we dive into a meditation to tune in? It's just going to be light and relaxing. So you can start to find a nice comfy seat and a blanket if you like, or you can lie down. Cool. So no questions from there. We're going to touch on Abby's water after we do this meditation. Amazing. So we can start to settle into the body, closing the eyes when you feel ready. Taking a few deep breaths to notice how your breathing feels today. And taking a quick scan through your body and allowing your breath to release any tension that you might be holding. Allowing yourself to relax to the weight of your body. Maybe feeling supported by your spine or the chair. Allowing your muscles to relax and for your body to feel held. And we'll start to bring awareness to the breath coming in through the nose, into the lungs, and then slowly moving out through the nose. Keeping your awareness on the movement of your breath to still your mind. And we'll take a deep breath in to roll the shoulders back and down, opening the chest. Exhaling to relax the muscles in the face and the shoulders. Taking a deep breath into the sides of your lungs. Exhaling to let something go. And inhaling into the backs of your lungs. Using the breath to relax the tension in the muscles around the rib cage. To allow yourself to freely breathe. And when you feel ready, starting to sink your awareness into your heartbeat. Just focusing on the beating of your heart and allowing that sensation to increase as you focus on it. You may notice this encourages you to take deeper breaths. And with your next inhale, we'll come up to the top of the head. Exhaling to move your awareness over your face and the back of your head. Noticing how your headspace feels. Moving down over the neck. And continuing the breath as you move from the neck to the shoulders. Taking a deep breath into your shoulders. And exhaling to slowly move your awareness down your arms. Arriving in your hands. And taking a moment to notice the sensation of your hands. The palms and the fingers. Noticing the temperature. Any tingling or pain. Continuing your breath as you focus all of your awareness on your hands. And with the next inhale, coming up to your chest. And exhaling to move your awareness down your chest, down your abdomen, all the way into your pelvis. Inhaling to come up to your shoulder blades. And exhaling to scan down your back. Noticing how the different parts of your back feel today. Allowing yourself to be fully present, using the breath to release any thoughts. Taking a deep breath in as you reach the base of your spine. And exhaling to move your awareness down your legs. Scanning the upper legs. Breathing into the knees. Moving down the lower legs. Bringing your awareness into your feet. And taking a deep breath into the soles of your feet. And notice how it feels to have your awareness all the way at the base of your body. And sharing some gratitude with yourself for your presence in your body. For taking this time to fully connect. Taking one last breath here, grounding your energy in the feet. And with your next inhale, starting to move back up over the feet, the lower legs. Taking a moment to notice how your left knee might feel different to your right knee. And continuing your breath as you scan over your upper legs. Taking a deep inhale as you reach your hip bones. And exhaling to bring your awareness all the way down to the base of the pelvis. Inhaling to scan up over the abdomen, over the chest, all the way up to the collarbones. And on an exhale, coming down to the base of the spine. Inhaling to walk your awareness back up your back. Noticing how your lower back might feel different to your middle back or your upper back. Allowing yourself to sense into muscles in the spine. Taking a deep inhale as you reach your shoulders. And exhaling to move your awareness down into your hands. Noticing the sensations of the palms and the fingers. Taking a breath here to release any thoughts. Staying fully present with the sensation in your hands. And with your next inhale, coming back up the arms, the lower arms, and the upper arms. Walking your awareness from the shoulders back up into the neck. Noticing how the neck feels, the front of the neck, the sides and the back. And slowly moving back up over the face and the back of the head. Taking note of how the energy feels around your headspace. Taking a deep inhale as you reach the top of your head, and exhaling to move back down into the lungs and the heart. Noticing how your breathing feels. And tuning into your heartbeat. And as you focus on your heartbeat, we'll invite in a question. What would your body most like to share with you today? Take a deep breath in to clear your mind. Exhale to relax. And allow your body to share with you a message in words, images, memories, as you tune into your heartbeat. What would my body most like to share with me today? Taking 2 more breaths here to receive any more messages it wishes to share with you. And with your next 3 breaths, starting to bring awareness back out to your skin, noticing the clothes on your skin, the temperature of the room, and the sounds around you. And when you feel ready, opening your eyes, coming back into the space. Yeah, so you can move your fingers and toes, take a sip of water. Yeah, nice. Welcome back, everyone. How's everyone feeling? If you want to pop it in the chat. Or just one word. Cool, beautiful meditation. You're very welcome. Yeah, it's nice to just note when we come out of those or come out of a body scan, connecting with the body, just tuning in with how we're feeling. Awesome, cool. Nice. Sometimes emotions can come right to the surface just as we finish. So yeah, taking note of that. We're going to go straight into the writing exercise just to keep what came through with the meditation. So you can take out your paper and your pen. And we asked a question just there at the end about what message your body wants to share with you. So you can jot that down now if anything came through for you. And this can be symbols. I mean, I tune into the heart first and foremost because the heart is the most chatty of all the organs I have found. It's pretty forward about what it wants to say. The other parts of the body can be a bit more tricky. So, but in saying that, it can be a song, it can be a vision of a mountain, it can be all kinds of symbols that our body is communicating with us. So no matter how weird or strange it might be, just write it down there or draw it. And if you feel like you want to share it in the chat, feel free. If it doesn't make sense, that might be helpful to share it in the chat, and I can share some insight with you. I've had some interesting answers to that question. And beside from that, the second thing I'd like you to write down, if you're feeling like there was a part of your body calling you, so if there is some pain or just a certain sensation in your body that drew you in during that body scan, I'd like you to write on the top of the page, what is my body sharing with me through this sensation? And that can be a personalized question like, what is my body sharing with me through pain in my left leg, or, this headache, or whatever is arising for you right now? So writing that question down, what is my body trying to share with me from this sensation? We'll just give everyone a second to get their questions. Thinking of a good question that tunes into how the sensation feels. And when you have your question, you feel ready, using the same practice of taking a deep breath to clear your mind, just letting everything fall away. And when your mind feels clear, then taking up the pen and starting to just write down the first things that come to mind. The first sentence that comes to mind, the first words, the first picture you want to draw. Answer your own question. And your mind may say to you, this is crazy, this isn't real, I'm just making this up. That's okay. Just allow it to be there and continue writing. Continue trusting yourself. And if you find yourself getting stuck, take a deep breath, clear your minds again, and then jump back in. Try and push yourself to write at least 3 lines or a paragraph just to get a bit of an idea on what it's communicating. Just pushing ourselves a little bit to get a clearer picture, trusting what's coming through. And just give everyone 1 more minute with that. Cool. And while people are finishing up their answers, is there anyone that wants to share in the chat what kind of sensation came up for them, a particular ailment or communication that their body was sharing? It can be really helpful for the group. Someone else might be feeling the same way. Okay, Jen says, my neck was calling me. I have issues with hypermobility and a tight neck a lot of the time. When I asked my body, it said it needed to know it was safe to let the tension go. That's a beautiful one, to feel safe within the meditation space and to release the tension. The tension in the neck is, I understand, can be a hard one to release. It speaks towards the connection between the head and the heart. And when we want to be rigid and controlling in the way that we're seeing the world, we kind of lock ourselves in position and we're like, this is how it is. And often the body wants us to be fluid. So that's more the intuition and the water element. It allows us to be flexible. So when we're dehydrated, we're inflexible. And when we're hydrated, we're much more flexible. And this feeds into tension in the neck. And the message can be around, if you want to dig a little bit deeper into that, like seeing things from different perspectives. Sometimes like maybe someone's challenging you, or your work is challenging you, you're trying to do something in a certain way and it's not working. And you continue on doing that, and your body's trying to tell you, like, look this other way. So sometimes when we think about that from a symbolic point of view, we can then ask another question. So then the second question could be maybe, you know, how can I have a different perspective on this or that? It said worthiness, heartbeats. I love that. Yes, tuning into the love and the worthiness, grounding in that feeling. I love when that message comes from the heart space, because it's like it expands outward then, and it's cool. That resonates. Awesome. Yeah, when we feel that worthiness, then when we feel it in the heart space, those emotions, it's like that beating then pushes that energy all around us, and we can start to get ourselves feeling really good really quickly. So I love that. Thank you for sharing. Amazing. Thanks for sharing, everyone. That's really great. Abby, you put up your hand. Was that intentional?
Yeah, you missed one. Paige said lower right leg from knee down, not moving forward, stuck, need more water.
Thank you. Maybe I'm. Oh, there we go. Sorry. Lower right leg from knee down. Okay, interesting. I actually had this connection with someone yesterday who had a similar issue. Yeah, so needing more water. What's coming through for that is that feeling unsure about moving forward and taking a leap of faith often comes with the legs. And I love this analogy because it's essentially every time we take a step forward from an anatomy perspective, we actually throw ourselves out of balance. So if we didn't have our other leg to catch us, we would just fall on our faces. So every time we take a step, we're actually really trusting that this other leg is going to come to balance us out. And often when we have trouble with the legs and that equilibrium, maybe up into the pelvis even, sometimes that it can start in the feet and the lower leg, and then it can move up into the hips. So we're really not trusting that if we take a step forward, that the ground is going to be there beneath us. And with the right side of the body, we have masculine energy. So the structures in life, sometimes we don't feel very held by the structure of the way that we're doing things, and that can be leading you to not feel safe in taking the next step forward. And that message might be around finding more ways to support yourself and to feel supported. So tapping into your masculine energy. It's nice to have that flowing intuition and that wateriness, and that's amazing. And that is where a lot of our creativity comes from. But just like I was saying in the beginning, how the elements provide that structure for us, we provide that structure for ourselves all the time with our schedules and being accountable and like finances, and having these structures in life is what helps us to feel safe in going into the uncomfortable spaces and moving forward. So that might be helpful for you. And another question for your body. Abby, your hand is up again there.
Yeah, so you raised an interesting point there, and sure. I know you can't tell, but I have a standing desk over here, and 90% of the time I'm standing on my right leg on the masculine side of the body, like nonstop. Do you have any insight there?
Well, because I know you, I'm so not surprised. Well, you rely a lot on your masculine side, which is great. And there's no like good or bad when it comes to the body. And that's why I love body symbolism so much. It's just like reading a book. It's not good or bad. It's just a book. So in leaning on your masculine side, it's that you lean on the structure, you lean on your fire energy to take action, to push forward against all odds, against, just like keep going. And the left side of the body is more, the power of rest. And often when we have this imbalance, when we're too far into the masculine energy, we're struggling with manifestations of pain on the right side of the body. It's that calling of trusting the universe. Because what happens when we rest, when we trust the water element, we sit, we do yin yoga, we put our feet up, what we're really saying is, I trust that the universe has got my back. Like, I trust in the universe supporting me. So I don't have to support me entirely. And the message that's coming through for that, in a sense, is that you are doing what you need to support yourself. And that's 50% of the work. And you're also doing the universe's 50% of the work as well, because you're like, I know how to do it well. So I think I'd rather do it myself rather than chance it on the universe catching me. Like, I'll just do all the work. It's all good. Don't worry about it. You know, you help someone else. I'll just do everything I need for me and take care of everything.
That's exactly, literally all of it. So yes, thank you for that analysis.
Cool. Okay, great. Yeah. So the answer really is resting, tuning into water, drinking water, putting your feet up. I know it's hard. Cool. Okay. We'll finish up with these last few slides. And just to bring together everything that we were talking about around language. Just tune into the chat there. Cool page. That was helpful. Awesome. Yes, so when we're describing, you can look at for your own writing, and even when you're describing your ailments to a practitioner, to a doctor, to a friend, notice the language that you're using and the analogy that you're using. So when I'm working with someone, this is the first thing I notice, like, how are they describing it to me? And they will often say what they most need to hear. And then I just end up saying it back to them and, you know, looking like I am intuitive. But really, we're just saying it to ourselves. And looking at the language that you're using. So like I said before, with burning the candle at both ends, that's one that people say quite often. Or, you know, it's the type of sensation, like it's a tingling sensation, or I feel really cold, or, you know, and then we can relate that to our emotions. And it's amazing how much we already know in our description if we just challenge ourselves to describe our ailments and our sensations within our body a little bit more. And that's where the writing can be super helpful. And listening to yourself builds this trust that is so required for this body symbolism communication to work in any sort of effective way. And this unlocks the secrets of the body through that trust, through listening, through diving into the sensations and looking at them like people or friends, like respecting them, really respecting them and asking them questions, showing up, being present, lighting a candle, having your notebook, having a nice cup of tea, like all of these things are signs of respect for your body and what it's sharing with you. And the more that you respect it, just like if you work with like spirit guides or anything like that, you know, we can't just show up and say like, give me an answer. It doesn't work very well, and it doesn't work well for the universe either. So these acts of respect and tuning in, taking the time, this is what really opens up the communication channels. And lastly, just to finish up, we'll go just a little bit into the external world as a helpful reminder for you. If you are struggling to listen to your internal environment, it's fuzzy and unclear, maybe the message didn't come through for you very obviously with that meditation, then we can rely on the elemental world around us. And so just like fire, air, earth, and water are within us, they're also around us. A short example of this is, say, if you are experiencing emotional overwhelm in the body, you might notice that your breath is short. You might be holding on to water weight, and then all of a sudden there is a leak in your house and there's water flooding into your house. And we start to see the mirroring of the elements around us as much as they are within us. And this helps us to piece together this symbolic puzzle of our body and to hear those messages. So sometimes the answer is more clear and easy to interpret in the world around you. The other one that I love, which is kind of funny, is fire alarms. Like, there's a fire alarm going off. It's like, where is the fire alarm going off in life? Like, where am I off with my fire element? How am I feeling about, you know, my creation and my passions in life? And those, yeah, it can get really interesting in that way. I'm just going to check the chat real quick. It actually happened today. I had some water leaking in from the rain, and you said my neck issues were linked to water. Interesting. Yes, it's all. Yeah, that's interesting that it's all coming together. That's that water needing to flow. It sounds like there is a lot of water, but it's not flowing. And then with leaks, it's that we need to tap into that earth element to feel supported, have those boundaries. It's so important with emotions. Yes, that's the first thing I noticed. Okay, cool. Yeah. So we can dive into that. Of course, it's different for every person, and you can look at it from your own perspective. A few tips before we finish up on how I can connect with this symbolic side of the body, because it is a journey. It is something that we have to continue to relearn. As I mentioned, we have been trained to think about things in a certain way. So relearning takes a bit of time. First comes observation, just like you're reading a book, as I said, leaving the judgment aside and just observing what is, allowing it to be what it is, asking questions like we just practiced there. Why am I feeling this sensation? Why is water leaking into my house? You know, what are the elements trying to share with me? If you like to use that structure, if that resonates with you, document it down. So record it and put it somewhere else. I often akin this to me personally. When I take photos of myself, I don't like to look at them straight away. I will go away and have a cup of coffee or tea, or go for a walk, or look at them the next day, because I've just a more clear sight when I give something time and I walk away from it and I come back. And it's the same sometimes when we answer these questions, or we write down about an ailment or about the elements in some sort of way. So document it, and then if it comes up again, you can go back and look over it. So if that ailment arises for you again, you can go back and look and see, oh, I had a nosebleed, you know, last month, and these things were happening, and oh, I'm starting to connect the dots for myself. So that's the power of documenting and allowing it to be. Just noticing you're never going to be perfect. There's no moment in time really when we're in that like full alignment stage. So it's a dance, and it's interesting. The more curious we are about our bodies, about what's happening to us and the people around us, the more we can take a lighthearted spirit and enjoy the journey and the mystery of it all. We're never going to understand all of it. We're just playing with it and understanding. So those are a few tips for connecting with symbolic sites. And if you'd like more support, I'm going to pop in a link into the chat just now for a discovery call. And that's just a quick check-in to go into elemental medicine, how it can support you on your journey, how you can interpret your body symbolism, because I understand it's not, you know, easy to do alone some of the time, and sometimes there's lots of symbols coming through. So it's good to check in and have support from someone else. Awesome. You're very welcome, guys. And everyone here, like, you were on the journey and you are amazing. So well done. Yeah. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you so much, Kiva, as always. Just lots of clarity. I'm over here, like, after everything you're talking about, I'm like, I've been trying to figure out where all these water retention issues I have are coming from. And I'm like, oh, it makes perfect sense, because I really struggle. Water is the one that I struggle with. So obviously it's being forced on me. I guess I should take the hint. So thank you for all of that.
You're so welcome.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. Well, next up, we are going to hear from Anita Oliva, and she's really good at keeping you guys engaged. So what I would ask all of our attendees, please don't be afraid to raise your hand and actually come on and talk, or at the very least, put your comments or questions or experiences in the chat, because you'll have a much better experience with it. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Anita.
Thank you, Abby. And thank you, Kiva. That was a beautiful meditation and presentation. Really enjoyed it. Feel so relaxed. Yeah. So thank you, everyone, for joining. It's really good to see everyone here. I'm just going to see, yep, and everyone joining. Hi, I'm Anita, and I always say, like, universal intelligence mentor, but some people are like, what does that mean? So I'll just say I'm an intuitive coach. And really, what I do is I just share messages and guidance and information from the universe to help people clear any deep blocks that are going on subconsciously. And then when we shift those blocks, it really creates shifts in their lives. Because, yeah, I don't know if you're aware, but a lot of what's in our subconscious mind is creating what's in our daily lives. It's like our lives are a reflection of what's going on subconsciously. So if we can tap into that, the subconscious mind, and clear any beliefs that we've had, you know, since childhood that are limiting our experience, then we clear any blocks going on in our daily lives, and we create momentum. We shift all the different areas, and we really bring in joy and happiness and live our purpose. So that's what I'm sharing today. I think we'll have time, and maybe like towards the end, if anyone has any questions about their lives specifically, then please feel free to pop it in the chat or come on live and just share it. You can just speak. You don't have to put on your camera, but you're more than welcome to do so. So yeah, if there's anything going on in your life that you would like help with, maybe if there's an area that you're struggling with, or that you'd like some insight on or some guidance, then please just write your questions in the chat, and I'll be happy to tune in for you and see what's going on there at the deepest level, and just shift that for you so it no longer comes up in your life. It could be holding you back, maybe in finances, health, connection, relationships, just throwing a few different areas out there to see, you know, what comes up for you. And so, yeah, it's really good to be here. While I just wait if anyone has any questions to start tuning in. It's really good to be here, and I'm calling in from London. I'm joining you guys from London. Actually, just curious, where is everyone joining from today? I can see, I'm just trying to look at who else is joining attendees. I can see you guys, but I can't actually see your faces. But yeah, please let me know where you're joining today. It's always wonderful to know where everyone's coming and creating this beautiful collective energy. So yeah, let me know in the chat. I'll just check the chat real quick. Let me see if it's coming up. Oh, yes, I couldn't see it. There we go. There you are. Thank you. Russia, perfect. Oh yeah, and you mentioned it was snowing there. Great. Charlottesville. Yep, perfect. Ireland, Suffolk. Wow. Michigan, Spain. Yes, so many. Wow. Iowa. Wow. Amazing. Thank you so much for putting in there, everyone. It's so great that you can all join. And just to share a bit more about this, what I'm really doing is connecting in with oneness, connecting in with universal intelligence, that intelligence, our innate intelligence. It kind of follows on from what Kiva was speaking about our body intelligence and our natural inner wisdom. And when we slow down and we start tuning into different parts of our body, or even into this deeper universe within, then the messages start coming, and it can really help to guide us to really support our bodies just like that, and to create changes that support us in our lives. So yeah, I see a few messages coming up. Come to Spain and Ireland. Perfect. Spain, wonderful. Yeah, it's definitely about our intuition and listening to our intuition and trusting it. And exactly what Kiva said as well about, like, as children, many of us have been conditioned not to trust that part of ourselves, that where we know, you know, our inner knowing, where we come into a room and we can just feel whether there's like tension in the room, or we can feel if there's excitement, and, you know, that our inner knowing gives us those clear messages. But if someone else is saying the opposite, and as children, if we believe that they know better, then we start to pick up limiting beliefs that we can't really trust ourselves. So just like what Kiva was saying, it's really about, because a lot of us have buried our intuition and that connection with our higher selves. And so it's really about going past that conditioning, removing those layers that tell us that we can't trust ourselves and we have to look outside all the time, and really tapping into our innate knowing and our intuition, and starting to trust ourselves again, and listening to that and allowing our intuition to guide us on our path. Because, like, I don't know about you, but when we listen to our intuition in my own life, everything turns out well. Everything, and it's kind of like you enter a different reality where you're like aligned with the universe, and that's when things like miracles and stuff start happening. So for me, intuition, and it's really connected with the heart space, is like that inner wisdom that connects us with everything else. And that's kind of what we'll be tapping into here. And it has all the answers to any question that you have about your life. It's kind of in real time as well. So say you make a decision in this moment, and then 5 minutes later you change your mind and you make a different decision. It's like these answers are always changing to whatever's going on right now in this moment. So it's not like a textbook where you remember, like where you're reading knowledge and you're remembering it, and then it's getting stored into a different part of your brain. It's actually coming from real time, the infinite intelligence. So again, if you have any questions about your own life that you'd like me to have a look at, and everyone can learn to do this for themselves as well. We all have this ability to tap into this intelligence at any time and get those answers for ourselves. And just with that meditation that Kiva did, we were all getting answers, a lot of us, and even just giving ourselves that time and space to be still, we were creating that space and that connection for the answers to come through. Okay, so I can see some comments in the chat, so I'm going to just, okay. How do I say your name? Abi. My area is in health. I have had 2 different cancers in the past 10 years, plus 2 ruptured Achilles tendons. So these are the major physical issues. Perfect. Okay, if you give me 1 sec, and I will tune into you. Abi. Straight away, I'm getting information actually, so I'll just go into that. Okay, so I'm being shown, I hope that's how I say your name. I'm being shown some limiting beliefs around, and this might sound extreme, but this is what I'm being shown. If it doesn't resonate, just let me know as well. We can just see what's going on and clear anything in the way. What I'm being shown is around self-hate. In the subconscious mind, the beliefs are like, yeah, I hate myself. And it really feels like there's this protection energy around your heart space, like you're the center. So it's to do with your heart chakra. I hate myself. And so what your higher self is showing me, a way that we can clear this, is to clear that stuff. So it's like removing that protection that is kind of protecting a part of your heart from the world, protecting you. And also it's protecting these beliefs about self-hate. The protection's not allowing them to come out into love so they can be healed, and it's also not allowing love from other people to come through, and even from yourself. It's creating all these blocks inside to allow that love to come through, to heal some of those beliefs. So the first thing your higher self is showing me is to remove this protection layer, so we can get to those deeper beliefs that is creating the cancers. So which is the self-hate. So let me see how we can just kind of start to clear, because the protection, what I'm seeing, is feeling heavy from past experiences where you've been hurt, and it feels like you've been betrayed, and it's just come down, like the wall has come down. Like shutting down in that area, to do with love and unconditional love and trust. So let me see what the truth is there. And these truths that come through is just going to help, because it's coming from that higher level, it's just going to help to clear some of that protection energy for you, Abi. Let me see. What do you need to know? Okay, so the first message that's coming through for you is to trust yourself. So it's like, with this whole thing about cancer and at the root with this self-hate, it's like looking outside and there's kind of blame going on about other people, what people have done to you in the past. And your higher self is like, draw the line. Like, it has to stop looking outside and you have to turn within. And it's all about self-trust. And your higher self is saying you can trust yourself. And as you start to trust yourself, you can start to trust life and open up and expand in that area to start to loosen some of these heavy emotions and let them go, because we need that loosening in there from you. So it's about trusting yourself, and your higher self is really bringing through the message about the gift of life, you know, so shifting your focus onto life and what a gift it is to be alive. So really wanting to shift your focus to gratitude. Does that resonate with you at the B? So to start to clear some of this protection, which is at this moment, which is not allowing you to go deeper with the self-hate, so you can clear the cancer out. It's about shifting your focus to inside and trusting yourself, and focusing on gratitude for being alive, the gift of life. That's the first thing. And I'm going to integrate that for you, just so it can go to, I'm seeing go down into your bones. That's the level that this wants to go through. So I'm going to integrate that for you, Abby. If you just take a few deep breaths, I'll do that for you now, just so you can, so we can start to clear some of that protection energy. It's just important for you to know that you can trust yourself and you can trust life again. I'll just integrate that for you. Okay, so Abby, what I'm seeing is that this is a deep issue to do with the cancers, and it can be cleared, because this is what we do, like this is what we do. The mentors and practitioners, we've helped people with cancers and leukemia, HIV, AIDS, all different things. When it comes down to it, a lot of things at the root cause are just kind of subconscious beliefs that keep creating this recurring pattern in our lives, or this symptom. So cancer is the label that we give it, but at the root cause, it's like the self-hate that's going on. So what I'm seeing is that this is a heavy topic, not that it can't be cleared, it can be cleared, but I'm seeing that in this moment of me speaking with you now, that it would need more time to actually go deeper and clear that self-hate. So if you want to, you can contact me. I'm going to pop my email address, because I think that's the easiest way to connect with me. I'm going to put it into the chat. But if you want to go deeper, it feels like we started to shift some of that protection, so then at least you can start to get to the root cause of this. But if you really want to clear this cancer out so it doesn't reoccur, then contact me. And it feels like I can connect you, because we can look at that together. We could have a mini session where I can look at that with you and start to clear some stuff out. But it feels like I can connect you with a DNA practitioner who will help you change the DNA and clear it at the DNA level, because it feels like it really needs to, with the self-hate and the cancer, you need to look at the DNA, and we do that as well. So if you're open to that, let me just put my email address in here. Just send me an email and we can speak. We'll just have like a mini session. I'll give you a free 15-minute session, and I can clear some of that self-hate, and then I can put you in touch with a DNA practitioner who can clear at the deepest level with your DNA and remove that cancer. Okay, so this is my email address, anita@guidedbyessence.com. Anyone feel free to contact me. But a B, is that okay? What was shared in that? It was, what's going on is the self-hate. I don't know if I'm still here. It kind of feels like I'm. I don't know if everyone's here and there. Yeah,
You're all set.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Yeah, sorry. It's kind of like, because I'm tuning in, I'm gone somewhere else. Like it felt like I was just here on my own, but looking at that energy. B, could you let me know if that was okay for you for now, B, or do you have any questions about that before? Perfect. Thank you. Great. Okay. And if you want to just connect with me, send me an email, and I can give you like the next steps to keep you moving forward and clear that cancer out, because you don't have to re-experience that. And it really feels that if you can shift, if we can take that out, then there's so much happiness that's going to come into your life, and so much joy and love, that deeper self-love. So yeah, feel free to email me, and thank you for letting me know. That's perfect, Abibi. Thank you for your question. I'll just see if anyone else has a question. We've got like 15 minutes left. Nida, I'll breathe.
There were a few, there's quite a few in there.
Okay,
Just so,
perfect.
Anita, just so you know, if you see other people with the same first and last name, that's an error on my end, so I apologize.
Oh, sorry. Oh, good. Okay, perfect. Thanks for letting me know. Okay, this is like a private message, but is it okay to read this out? I don't know.
If it's a private message, you can read it, just don't say who it was from.
Yeah, okay, I'll be brave. In Kiva's questions, what came up was my ankle pain, and the message was to literally walk away. However, there is no clarity on what I am to walk away from. Insight would be appreciated. Okay, thank you for your question. Let me just tune into you. It's weird. Oh, it's not weird. What I'm seeing is like you're saying about walk away, but it's like I see your foot, or the area that you're talking about, like in a cast, like, you know, like but it feels like stuck somewhere. So it's like it ties in with exactly what you're talking about walking away. And it really feels like the area that it's talking about is relationships. So I don't know if you can, if that resonates with you, but it feels like you're, it feels like being stuck in a relationship or in this situation. And there's a part there's this deeper inner wisdom or inner voice that's saying, come, you know, go this way. But it feels like you're in that and you want to be in that. Like there's a part of you that wants to be there. So really feels like the insights that are coming through, just like you did in that exercise and speaking to that part, it's about you coming to that deeper answer within yourself. Like, do I want to walk away? Can there be changes in this situation? Like, am I willing to work at this, whatever's going on? And it's about finding that deeper answer within you, because it feels like you need to be 100% if you're going to walk away, because right now it feels like you're more in it. So it feels like doing some self-exploration, just like you were journaling and asking those questions and getting that clear insight for yourself as to, okay, do I want to stay in this? What am I like? What is the result? What am I getting from this? What are we creating? You know, how is this affecting me? Can we make changes, or do I just want to go on this new path? That's what I'm seeing for you. And I hope that helps. If you have any questions about that, just let me know and I'll go a bit deeper. Perfect. Thank you for your question. Yeah, because it just feels like I can really see like a foot in a leg in a cast, and it's just in, like, not entrenched, but it's in the situation, and there's like this gentle voice that's guiding you somewhere else. Cool. Okay, thank you for your question. Next question. Hello, Anita. Ever since I'm 11, I faint. And I do exercise like swim, run, dance, etc. Any input here? Thank you for your question, Ashleen. Yeah, straight away, as I was reading your question, what I saw was like it's to do with the heart again, with being drawn to the heart, and it's like this racing. I'm getting this racing sensation, this panic. You know, as a child, or like I'm seeing between the ages of like 10, I'm seeing primary school, like 10, like, yeah, it's primary school because I'm seeing like swimming or something, practicing swimming between the ages of about 8 to 11. Did something happen? Because it's like this, let me just see what's going on at a deeper level. There's a fear going on at a deeper level, and it's creating this racing heart. And what I'm feeling, this fear is like someone coming behind you or something. So it really feels like someone's presence in your life around that time. And when you go into and do these different things like exercises, it starts increasing your heart, and it kicks into that issue with the fear of this person. Because it feels like someone in your life, like I'm feeling like a male figure, but you could just look into that, into your history and see, and something happened, and it's like when you start exercising, it kind of feeds into this fear that I'm not safe, I'm going to get hurt, and your heart starts racing, and it's like a panic attack. Like what I'm seeing is like a what I'm hearing are the words of like a heart attack or something. Like it's really, the heart rate's going right up. So it really feels like it's a deep fear about something that happened to you when you was younger. And yeah, protecting yourself, you know. So yeah, I hope that makes sense. I'm just sharing it as it's coming through, Ashley. Okay, I read again, faint. Yeah, it really feels like you're like the heart beat is really increasing to that point. Yeah. So the root cause is like a fear of something happened. There's like a past experience I'm seeing, and this figure, and it's like you react in that way to like protect yourself about safety, but it creates this thing of fainting, because it's like, oh, I can't deal with all that pressure in my body, and the body just switches and faints. So I hope that helps, Ashley. Let's see how we can help with that. What I can really see in that moment when that starts to happen, if you start to take some nice deep breaths, like if you can see when that's about to happen to you, and starts like just stop whatever you're doing and take some nice deep breaths into the stomach. And it's really about regulating that from there. Yeah, that will start to help you. And also looking at that past experience. So if you can recall that, or sometimes these things, we like trauma, we bury it and it's kind of blocked out, but you can also clear that. So with everyone I'm speaking with, it really feels like I'm going fast, as in I'm just trying to answer who's here. But if you want to, then please just send me an email, and I can speak with you. What I'll do is I'll open up some time in my calendar, and we can just have like a 15-minute session just to go a bit deeper on these things, because it really feels like surface level, but I'm just trying to give you something to help you move through to the next step. Okay, perfect. Ashley, and I hope that helped you. Thank you. I can see we've got 5 minutes left. Oh, I can see a few comments, and let me just check. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Ah, perfect. Okay, that's my question. That's great. Thank you for that, Beverly, as well. Okay, let me just read Beverly's, and I'm just going to quickly check the last part. Yes, sense. Yes, I did. I know. Can't remember anything that happened then. So, oh, that's okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm just going to read Beverly's, and then I think we'll start to wrap this up. So Beverly, not sure this has any connection. Something I've learned regarding a pharmaceutical, and including. Okay. Oh, okay. So was you okay, perfect. Okay, great. Was you helping Ashley with that, Beverly? Or thank you for sharing that. That's really, yeah, that's really helpful. Wait, no, someone, I'm trying to remember where. Okay, perfect. I see. Okay, well, thank you, Beverly, for sharing that. Okay, great. Yeah, wonderful. Okay, well, that's really good. And thank you, everyone who asked their questions. I can see we're coming to the end now. I really hope that was beneficial for you. And just to know that this connection and all the answers are available to all of us. And we can really tune into that part of ourselves, that infinite part, when we slow down and yeah, just enter that space of stillness and ask those questions, listen to those answers, and allow our soul, our higher selves, to guide us through our lives. Thank you, everyone, for joining. I hope you have a lovely rest of this event. And yeah, if you have any questions at any time, then my email is in the chat. It's anita@guidedbyessence.com. And yeah, I look forward to speaking with you again. And thank you. Thank you, everyone. Take care. Bye.
Thank you so much, Anita.
You're welcome.
We have like 3 minutes left.
Okay.
But hold on, I just have a quick question for you. Do you feel drained after because you go really deep into people's, into their past, and I know you're reaching their higher self. But do you feel exhausted? Like, do you feel tired right now?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No. Because of the space that I'm in, it's like, it's a higher self space, like pure love and truth. So the answers are there. Like, you ask a question, the answer's there, and just sharing those answers. And my energy isn't going with anyone else's energy.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
kind of like practicing Reiki. It's not actually your energy. You're just
tapping into it. Yeah, the channel.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Awesome.
definitely. And sometimes, like with this, it's like going fast, and it's like, it may seem like it's fast, and it may even appear that, there's an energy drain or something, but there's not.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wondered.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
Well, thank you so much. That was awesome.
You're welcome.
All right. Well, next up, we're gonna have Gemma Sandwell. Gemma, it's Gemma, right? Or is it Gemma?
Gemma.
Gemma.
That's right.
Okay.
You can call me Gemma. I'll still answer to it.
Okay. There was a big debate the last event that you were at, and we weren't sure. So it's Gemma.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
I'll answer to anything. It's fine.
I lost a bet. Okay. All right. So everybody, if you're just joining us, or if you've been here for a while, if you don't know, we absolutely encourage you to share your experiences. If you want to come up and talk, please just raise your hand. I mean, you can say so in the chat too. It might be a little easier. We can identify you. If you raise your hand, I can, I'm engineering today, so I can just pop over there and I'll let you come up. Otherwise, feel free to share your experiences, ask any questions, pop them into the chat. We're here for you. We didn't come here to hear ourselves talk. We're here to share and try to, we're all growing. I would imagine every single panelist up here is we're all learning from each other. So this is a group effort. We're here as a team, not just us. I mean, human beings in general. So take advantage of this opportunity. And with that, I'll pass it off to Gemma.
Amazing. Thank you, Abby. Share a little bit about my name, actually. I'm actually named after, for those of you who are on the session and love crystals, I'm actually named after gemstones. So the name Gemma actually comes from gemstones, and my sister's actually called Amber. So my parents named us both after precious minerals. So there we go. So hi everyone, I'm so excited to be here with you all. I'm Gemma, I'm an energy alignment coach, TEDx speaker, positive psychology practitioner, Reiki master, among lots of other things. It seems I'm a little bit obsessed with learning, and over the years have
I've learned various modalities, which have really helped me personally really get to where I am on my journey. So I'm going to be sharing some of that with you today, and kind of some of those tips and secrets, and in particular why energy is the missing puzzle piece. And I think from hearing the lovely Kiva and Anita speak about this, I think it's pretty clear that we're probably all in a similar place of that, thinking about energy is super, super important. But it didn't actually feature for a long time in my life, and there were so many things that actually didn't make sense. And when I understood the energy behind them and why that energy was a missing puzzle piece, it all came together. So I help intuitive and highly sensitive entrepreneurs to help to use their sensitivities as superpowers. So for a long time in my life, I thought that my sensitivities were things to be ashamed of. And in particular, when I was 8, I was on holiday with my family, and it's quite a long story, so I'll shorten it, but I basically ended up saving my family's life because of an intuitive feeling that I had that something wasn't right. And at 8 years old, I couldn't, and I think both Kiva and Anita have picked up on this as well, that, when we're younger, we kind of shut down that intuition. And I had this intuition at 8 years old that my family was in danger, and I screamed and screamed and screamed, and thankfully they paid attention to me after about 2 hours, and I actually saved my family's life. My mum still tells the story about when Gemma was 8, she saved the family, and no one can ever really explain what happened. It turns out it was a carbon monoxide leak, but somehow I knew that there was carbon monoxide, and I was able to warn my family and and get help. But what happened, and it was only when I was regressed back to that moment, I'd actually forgotten it. And I think because I couldn't explain it, because nobody had explained to me that was intuition, I'd really shut that down, and I'd pushed that down. I thought that I'm not worthy. My voice isn't worthy of being heard. And it wasn't until, in the last few years and having a spiritual awakening that I've been able to tap back into that intuition and back into that part of myself that's so potent and powerful. So my journey kind of into adult life was that I went from having such extreme anxiety that I couldn't even speak to a group of 5 people in my corporate job, to doing a TEDx and speaking on stage several times. So I really have had to overcome, and it's really interesting, Kiva said about the use of words, because what I used to notice, I used to say I suffer from anxiety, and now what I tend to say is I used to experience symptoms of anxiety, so I can kind of don't identify with it in the same way. But my lowest point really in that process was in 2018, where I had a moment where I was literally floored by my anxiety. I was actually on the floor in my kitchen while my dinner was burning, whilst I was having a huge meltdown, and I went to the doctors and they prescribed me with anxiety medication. And that was my moment of awakening. That was my moment as I sat in that doctor's car park and thought, no, something about this doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right to take medication to dull the sensations of anxiety. So what I was told from the doctors is take these tablets and you can just carry on with your life. I was working in London and the hustle bustle, and I was finding it really overwhelming. It was coming out as physical symptoms as well. And the doctor said, yeah, take these pills, you'll be fine. And they'll just dull these things down and then you can carry on. And that was my moment. It was no, I just sat in the car, I ripped the prescription up. I'm not saying there isn't a place for medication, but there's so many things out there that can help us. So I was determined, and that was kind of then my journey to overcoming that anxiety. So a big part of what I do, and that how I've helped myself on that journey and how I help my clients, is through a combination of science and spirituality. But as we know, they're one of the same, with the quantum research that's come out now, they're kind of one of the same thing. But it's really been that blend throughout my life. So the first thing, so I'm going to talk to you a little bit about positive psychology, because that's been a really big part of the journey. And then we're going to talk about energy, and we're going to actually do some energy clearing, and we're going to do some shadow work today. I'm trying to make it a little bit interactive. We're going to actually do some activities on those today, so you'll get a feel for what we're doing with energy and why it's important. So firstly, positive psychology. So a lot of the time our brains are in fight or flight and survival mode. We've kind of pretty much got caveman brains. We've not evolved much since caveman times in terms of the structures in our brain. So our brain and our body are always trying to keep us safe from harm, help us look out for any threats in our environment. And it can be very easy to go with that and to go down that route. But what positive psychology has shown us is that the research and scientific background is that we can flip it, and we can almost, like, I call it hacking, but it's not really hacking, because we're tapping into something really sustainable in terms of the brain pathways that we can create. But it's basically by tapping into positive emotions in our lives, those emotions become energy and they become fuel to help us. So this has now been like scientifically proven. I replicated, so one of the top researchers my favorite, I'll just say he's my favorite. I know you shouldn't have favorites, like choosing your favorite child or something, but my favorite researcher, Sean Acor, he did I can see some nods, people know Sean is awesome, like he's my favorite. He did some research on whether things like gratitude, acts of kindness, having a meditation practice, a journaling practice, would have an effect on people's happiness. And he found not only did it increase their happiness levels, but it increased sales in businesses. It increased so many like well-being and other factors as well. Oh wow, Risa, you love Sean, you got to hear in person. Oh my goodness, I'm jealous. I actually so I tweeted him when I did my TEDx. I tweeted him and said, I love your research. Is it okay to share that I've replicated your research? And I had some really great results as well. And he just came back to me, and he was the loveliest guy, and just said, I just want this stuff shared, Gemma. I don't mind, like, use it away, use me as a reference, use my research, replicate my research. Like, I just want to help people. So yeah, absolutely amazing guy. So so I went on this journey with positive psychology and started to apply these practices to my life. I had a 15-year corporate career, and I in financial services, and tried to apply as much of this positive psychology into that organization as I could. I was on a bit of a mission, but there was kind of a limit to what I could, to do that, and to what I could kind of, implement some of these positive psychology practices in, but seeing some amazing results in the space of, in space of leadership and things like that. Then I took the leap and moved fully into my business. And I was starting to not really understand my energy. So even though I had all of these incredible practices, I would find that some days I would feel really drained. Other days I would feel okay. Some days I would have like physical sensations like migraines, headaches, neck pain. And then within a few hours it would go. Sometimes it would come back, and there just wasn't really a common denominator, other than being around people and being in busy places. So as I started to spiritually awaken and grow more and more, I became more and more aware that as I worked in London, it got to the point where I became so, like, I think I'd got all my intuition back and all of my awareness back, that I would step off the train. And as soon as I got out of that train, and Anita's nodding from living in London, you probably feel this, as soon as you get off that train, like, whoom, you can feel the energy. And working in London really broke me. I was in a really bad place. And this is when I started to understand about being a highly sensitive person and about energy, and learning the work of Elaine Aron, who interestingly also saved her family when she was 8 in a very similar situation to mine. And I've suddenly realized that actually I had all of these incredible gifts. They weren't things I had to be ashamed of. They weren't things I had to hide. They weren't things I had to, ignore and push through or take a pill, but actually they were beautiful, incredible gifts, which I've heard in the other speakers today as well. So what was happening was I was starting to understand that there was this, this wider energy piece. And And we know this. So I then went on to kind of research into the quantum physics space. And it really makes sense on a scientific level. You know, I'm a bit of a science geek at heart. That's kind of my background. And then, then I've had this spiritual awakening, and there's lots of things I can't explain, and that's okay as well. But from that quantum physics space, matter only becomes matter. So like this pen, for example, this pen only becomes a pen when the electron appears within the atoms of the pen. And what they've shown in quantum science is that the electron only appears when it is observed. So it is my observation of this pen, or my observation of wanting a pen, that creates the electron in the atom, that creates the matter of the pen. Okay, so if you think about it, every thought that we have can create material things in our environment. So that's how we manifest, that's how we pick up energy. And I don't know if anyone's seen the famous robot and chick experiment by, I think the guy's name is Piorke, where they found that what is perceived as an inanimate object of a robot can actually be influenced by the consciousness of the chick. So if you put a baby chick next to a robot, the baby chick sending out sort of, it's looking for its mother and it's saying, mummy, it's sending out signals. The robot is actually influenced in terms of the random movements that it does, based on the chick sending out intention. So, we're really starting to see now that power of thought and power of intention, and how energy is connected, how we're all interconnected. So of course I was going out into London. I was picking up, I'm a massive empath as well, I was picking up everyone's pain and emotions, and I didn't know how to protect myself. I didn't know how to clear that energy out. For anyone who's interested in human design, I've got a lot of open centers in my human design. I'm a manifesting generator. And what was happening is in my human design, I needed to be tuning into that sacral energy, because that was my driving force. But I couldn't feel that sacral energy because of all my open centers. I was picking up everything from everybody else. My partner has emotional authority. And so I pick up her emotional waves when she has them because of my open centers, and I amplify them. So I have to really remember that, hang on, that energy isn't always mine. So that's where energy clearing comes in. And if anyone's got any questions as I'm going along, just feel free to type them in. So just realize I'm kind of going whoop. So do pop any questions in, ask me any questions as I go along, I can answer them. So there's kind of two elements, and this has been both in my experience and working with clients, there's kind of two main elements with energy. So the first one is clearing out energy that we've picked up. And this I've found both with myself and with clients is a really important part of the journey, is kind of that realization that things like anxiety, a lot of the time, it's not ours. So for anyone that's experienced anxiety, we can really go around in circles with it around, why have I got this anxiety? What trauma is it linked to? What in my childhood is it linked to? And yes, there may be some trauma, there may be something that we need to clear around our conditioning, which I'll come on to. But a lot of the time it's just energy that's picked up from others, it's picked up from the collective. I don't know about you, but I've got relatives who like to recycle the news, for example. So they'll see something on the news and they like to come and tell you all about it and have a conversation about the news. I have to sort of set some boundaries around that. So it could be as simple as that, something going on in the collective, or someone sharing something and recycling negativity out there is like super sort of happening everywhere at the moment. So we can clear that energy out that we've picked up, and realizing it's not ours can be so powerful. And then the second thing is shadow work. So doing shadow work is one of the most, I would say, is one of the most powerful ways that I have developed my spiritual practice. A lot of the time, it's thought that we need to do more meditation and focus on the light, focus on the love and light. But actually, by doing shadow work, it makes us a clearer channel, because we can clear out that past conditioning. We can clear out, as well as clearing out anything we've picked up, we can clear out anything that's kind of in our shadow self. And that can help us to be a clear channel. And that's how we develop spiritually as well. So personal development and spiritual development are sort of very much hand in hand. We need to be doing both. We need to be looking at the shadow as well as looking at the light. Because of course, everything out there is, everything out there is balanced yin and yang, dark and light. So we're going to do some energy clearing today. So I'd just like to invite you into a short meditation practice where I'm going to invite you to clear out energy. So just settle into your usual meditation position, and I'm just going to invite you to just start to take some nice deep breaths, closing down your eyes if it feels safe for you to do so, or lowering your gaze. And with each breath that you take in, I would like to invite you to just connect into source energy and source light, and just imagine this light just filtering down through your body, through the top of your head. And if it feels more potent for you, you can imagine yourself just stepping into this ray of light and this energy, just aligning yourself. And just let this light or colour move through your body at your own pace. And as it does so, just clearing out anything that you may have picked up. Clearing out any energy that's not yours. Just allow this healing light just flow through all parts of your body. If your mind wanders off or you get distracted, that's okay. You can just gently guide your attention back to your body, back to your breathing, and back to this healing light. It doesn't matter how many times you need to do this. Just allowing your body to heal itself, to align you here in this moment, and clear out anything you've picked up. And when that bright white light reaches your feet, imagine it coming out of your feet, down into the earth, like the roots of a tree, grounding you here in this present moment. Allow the roots to grow deeper and deeper and send that light down into the earth. And then I would like to invite you with some deeper and deeper breaths to just start to breathe that grounded earth energy up into your body. And just allow this grounded healing energy to clear anything else that needs clearing out, anything you may have picked up today or this week. Anything that's not yours, just allow it to return back to sender with consciousness. Allow this light to cut any cords or attachments to any people, places, or anything else that you notice a cord or attachment to. Allow this light to fill your entire body. And then just start to expand this light out into your aura. Out into the room that you're in. Out into your entire country, continent. Right across the whole world, around the world and through the world. And burst this light out to the universe. And then just bringing your attention back to your body and just bring your attention back to your heart center. Coming back to your awareness of the weight of your body. Wiggling your fingers and toes. And when you're ready, just bringing your attention back to the room and opening your eyes. Okay, so I would love to hear your experiences of that meditation today. Feel free to pop them in comments. So this was a really important practice for me, was just doing that regular clearing out of energy that I had picked up, you know, as a highly sensitive person and as an empath and with all of my open centers. And, you know, that acceptance as well, the acceptance that I am a highly sensitive person. And this has been like really important for some of my clients as well. You know, that kind of, you don't have to like force and push through. You don't have to try and hide it. You don't have to try and like block it. Actually, you know, that awareness and knowing that this energy is flowing and that this energy flows through, but also that knowing that you can clear it out. And that knowing, and, you know, taking control and having that, you know, that empowerment to clear that energy out that can be stuck. And I'm sure as Kiva would testify as well, you know, if this energy gets stuck in certain energy centers in our body, then that's when it can manifest into physical illness as well for us. Lovely. Relaxation, feeling more grounded and calm, much needed after a stressful week. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Relaxed and clear, the light spread everywhere. Oh, beautiful. Amari, so green healing light. Another comment above. Beverly, the energy isn't mine, it's someone else's. You finally realized that a while back, Beverly. Yeah, it's really helped you. Sent petitions out of the universe, please help them, give them comfort and peace. Still working on this and maybe more of service. It's good that when I pick up on these things, I'm not able to know whose it is and when to help. Yeah, beautiful. I love that, Beverly. So you send out the intention that they're helped by the universe. Yeah, because we don't always know, do we? We don't, you know, sometimes we can get that intuitive guidance of what it is that we've picked up. But, you know, with my example of like walking through central London, we're not necessarily going to know. So being able to, I use that phrase return to sender with consciousness. I don't know if anyone has picked up on that. I've done a little bit of access consciousness work where we can use that phrase so to help return it, you know, to that sender with consciousness. So yeah, beautiful. Yeah. Oh wow, Paige, that is beautiful. You saw giant angel wings covering the northern hemisphere. Wow, that is so powerful. Wow. Awesome. Okay, so the second part, so we can clear out the energy that we've picked up. The second part is shadow work. So what we're going to do around shadow work is I'd like you to bring to mind a negative emotion that you might be experiencing. So, and I'll give my own example of this to help. So, so my anxiety and those feelings that I used to feel with my anxiety, I used to feel like that was a bad thing and I would need to get rid of it. Or, you know, I'd need to plaster a smiley face on my face. I remember being in the corporate world and, you know, walking around the office like everything is fine. But internally, I had this turmoil. I had this like over sort of anxiety feeling. When I started to do some shadow work on anxiety, what I established is why I might desire anxiety. Okay, so this is what we can do by looking at the shadow side, is we're looking at the emotion and we're allowing that emotion to be there, but by asking why it's there, we can clear it. So I'd like to invite you to think about an emotion that you have, that you might be experiencing it right now. It might be one that you experience quite frequently. And I'd like to ask you why you might desire this emotion, okay? And this is how these conversations tend to go with clients, as they say to me, well, of course I don't want to feel, let's use anxiety, for example. Of course I don't want to feel anxiety. It's holding me back, so I'm going to let it go. So, a generic coaching conversation would end there. It'd be like, okay, great, you're going to let that go. Let's move on. But we need to dig a little bit deeper than that, because it's being presented for a reason, okay? So with my anxiety, what I established is when I was in an anxious state, I would get help, okay? So I desired being anxious on some subconscious level because people would come and help me. Or I might have such a stressful week at work and get so anxious that I'd have a glass of wine at the weekend. So people might help me. I might get to have a glass of wine. I might get to have some chocolate. I may even get signed off work with my anxiety, which did happen in 2018. And so when you start to really look at it and dig away, this is how you can do this shadow work. And this is how you can really clear this stuff and clear this conditioning, is by delving into why it's there and why it's serving you. So just think about, for that emotion that you've, and feel free anyone to share in comments, for that emotion that you are experiencing, why might you desire that? And this can be a really tough exercise, because, we're having to really delve deep, and most people will say, of course I don't want that. Of course I don't want that anxiety. Like, it's really holding me back. But on some level, you are desiring it because it's in your life and it's manifesting in your life. So let me know if that, how that might be, if anyone would like to share how that might be, manifesting for you, why you might be desiring it. So by looking at why you desire it, so of course we know on one level that we want to clear it, and we don't want to say have the anxiety. But if we can look at the other side of it and say, okay, why might we actually desire it, and why might we be manifesting that into our lives? And for me, a lot of it was about safety as well. It was like, well, if I'm really anxious and I don't, and I hold myself back, then I'm not going to achieve what I want to achieve. And so that's gonna, that's why I'm desiring it, because I might wish to hold myself back. Anita, that's a great way to explore and find out why it's there. Thank you. Okay. So I'm really conscious of time, so I'm going to just wrap up. I was hoping to do a bit more on shadow work, but I've talked way more than I had planned. So I'll just pick up on Paige's comment, and then I will share. A repeating issue I'm not taken seriously. What I say is ignored or dismissed. So Paige, what I would invite you to do is look at what is the feeling behind that. Is it feeling like you're being ignored or dismissed, and why might you desire that? So maybe just do some journaling around that. Why might I desire to be ignored? Why might I desire to be dismissed? It might be things like, if I'm ignored, I can, I don't have to be seen. There might be some things around that to explore, but I'd really invite you to journal on that a little bit more, just delve a little deeper and just keep going with that. So if you would like to know more, I'm actually running a free retreat next week. If anyone would like to come along, we're going to go deep into energy clearing, and we're going to do a soul alignment activation along with a cacao ceremony. It's going to be online. It's around an hour each day, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday next week, 4 p.m. UK GMT time or UTC time, depending on what resonates with you. Feel free to drop me a message. I'm on Facebook. You can send me an email. I'm on Instagram as well. And I'll be more than happy to help. And I'd love to have some of you on the free retreat. I'm also offering prizes in the retreat to work with me as well. So if anyone's up for coming along and having the chance to win some prizes. So I'm going to wrap up there because we're out of time. But if anyone has any more questions, then let me know, and do feel free to reach out.
Gemma, what's your email or website?
I'll pop it in I'll pop it in the
okay,
in the chat. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much. That was awesome. Mark Anthony, I think is here. I think he's here, maybe. He was here a second ago. Oh, no, I thought that was him. Hold on one second, you guys. Let me check and make sure he's still here. I see him on here. Mark, are you there? Can you? Oh,
I am, Abby. Yep, I'm
there
here.
you are. Okay. So,
Just a second.
yeah. Okay, no worries. So
There we
next,
are. All right.
next up, you guys, I am privileged to introduce to you Mark today. He's going to be speaking in a second. I'm going to let him introduce himself, but he is an awesome person with an awesome story, and I'm excited to hear it too. So I'll just let him start talking. Go ahead.
Hey guys, I'm actually very privileged to be here. This is actually the first time that I've been up in front of people physically before to discuss Addictive Mind and plant medicine and my path. But I haven't done a Zoom presentation before. You might have to bear with me as I move through this. There's a couple things I wanted to share, some photos and things as we move through that I just wanted everybody to see. So as I do that, hopefully that flows nicely and we'll be able to just roll right through that. But my name is Mark Anthony, and I come from a background, everybody here has a very personal story and a personal journey in their life, with their own traumas, their own happiness, their own sadness, all the emotions and things that they go through in life. And a lot of this paves the way from childhood right up through into our adult lives. And for me, I had a pretty normal childhood, so I thought most of the time. And I had really good parents that took care of me, and we were outdoors a lot as kids, camping and playing. And I guess I never really looked at it deeply as to a lot of the little details that a kid needs as they grow up, from their parents, from adults in general. And until I got into doing my own work and looking inside and working with plant medicine, I didn't realize how important all the little pieces and all the little details were. The smallest things that are said to us that can happen to us that we just basically overlook and then cover up and move on, and how that deeply affects who we really are and the choices and the way we live later on in life. So a big part of what I want to talk to everybody about today, because it happened to become my spiritual path, my journey in life. It's what I discovered was really helping me to understand who I really was, a lot of meaning behind the experiences that I had been going through, so I could heal, I could make choices and go down paths that were more true for me, whether that was with relationships, with work, with environment. I'm very sensitive to the environment that I live in and what I'm surrounded by. So up until I was probably about 36 years old, I had a lot of addiction issues, from behavioral addictions to substance abuse, just a lot of grasping and pushing and pulling on everything outside myself. And I just wasn't, I kind of knew along the way a little bit of who I was, but for most of that time, I believed that I was all the stories and the beliefs and the opinions and in my mind, and that's who I was, which is what a lot of people go through. And this is the addictive mind. It's a separation from who we really are, our true selves inside. And we all have different ways of discovering that, different tools that we use. I just happened to go through most of my time having fun and just being very numb to that. As much as I wanted to know and I wanted to be happy and I wanted to understand, I was just kind of going through my life in a very attached way to everything outside myself, until I got to a point where I couldn't do that anymore. And this is when I started to realize that these attachments and these aversions in my life were what were really, it was a gift. It was what was really teaching me about what I needed to release and who I really was going to become, and who I was. And at that moment, I started going through and using a lot of tools that were mainstream, normal tools, a lot of modern stuff, from breath work to hypnotherapy, to energy work, to do various different things. I was outdoors a lot, which happened to become a very big part of my healing path as I moved into my later years. But those were sort of openings for me to sort of discover something deeper within myself. And I gradually started to look at all my bullshit. I looked at all my thoughts, all the garbage that I kept telling myself, how I was treating myself, what I wasn't doing. I got to a point where I sort of took it to a rock bottom place. And this wasn't just a substance abuse thing. This was food, it was sex, it was work and money. It was everything that I was just sort of putting Band-Aids on the real true trauma that was inside me, that I was preventing myself from getting to. So I decided at one point, I was just very deeply taking a lot of time for myself to just be in silence and just get away from the outside world. And that started probably when I was about 35 or 36. I was actually a lot older then. And I had spent a good 20 years of doing abusive things. And the moment that I decided to start feeding and nourishing the truth inside myself and taking this silent time to just be away, so I didn't have anything to feed on outside, I really had to look at what was going on inside, is when I discovered that I was not my mind anymore. You know, I had believed all dwelled in the past, and that's where I was living. I kept going back to the past and just reliving this and bringing these stories to life. They were dead, they were over. There really wasn't any truth to them anymore, but I kept going back and reliving them and making them true. And that was what was really causing a lot of my suffering. It was not being in the present moment, being in the here and the now, which when I get into explaining a little bit and sharing with you a lot of the plant medicine in the nature's path that I took to bring me there, that I started to really understand what it really meant to be right here, being in the present moment, being happy right now, and not being in the past or thinking about the future. So I literally got to a spot with my mind, and I'm looking, excuse me, I'm looking at some notes and some things, because I wanted to share some staple things with you about some of the things that I learned without forgetting, because there's so much information over the last 30 years, and I have a half an hour to share it with you. So I wanted to really kind of touch on some key things that I can give you to take away from this, or to communicate with me further on when this is over, if you choose to. But the biggest thing that I learned, and why I started this spiritual guide practice and this plant medicine practice, and I named it Addictive Mind, was because this was the gift that was given to me. This is what I realized was my purpose in life. It was something that I stopped trying to get rid of, and I embraced it, and I took it in, and I said, okay, this is my pain, this is my suffering, this is also my happiness. I started enjoying doing my work and going inside and working with plants and doing breathing and doing meditation and being in silence. That's where I found truth, you know, and I'll use that word a lot because it's a big part of how I live my life now and how I move through life every day in a very unattached sort of way. I experience everything. I realized I'm here to experience all of life, the happiness, sadness, the suffering, the pain, the truth, conscious love. Every bit of it is to be experienced. But at the same time, for me to attach to any of that as if it's something that's permanent and is going to always stay there, that was the real gift that I learned how to do. I learned how to allow myself to understand and really experience that deeply, that things are going to change and they're going to come and they're going to go. And if I continue to try to hold on to things, even if it's painful or if it's something that makes me feel good, I'm going to create suffering for myself, mentally, physically, spiritually. And it's going to also take me away from this present moment that I'm in right now, which creates a lot of happiness for me. When I stay here, I'm good. As soon as I begin to hold on to something that happened 30 seconds ago, an hour ago, a week ago, 10 years ago, or I'm off into the future getting anxious about what may or may not happen, I'm in trouble. I finally, after going through a lot of these tools to get there, I felt this deep calling, which is what I want everybody to really kind of understand. It's really listening deeply inside to your own voice, you know, your own soul, your own essence, whatever you decide to call that is speaking to you and telling you what it is that you need. You know, and we don't listen. We don't sit down and we don't ground ourselves and put ourselves in the present moment to actually listen to what is being shared to us. Because if we did, we'd always be making the right choices. You'd never be making a lot of the mistakes that we make and doing a lot of this pushing and pulling that we go through in life. So I felt this calling to the natural world, to herbal medicine, to energy medicine, to a lot of things that were all natural and had nothing to do with feeling good. It was really about, okay, I want to get to the truth of things. If this is going to be really challenging for me, and it's going to cause me some difficulties, I'm okay with that. I'm ready to take this on and solve and heal what I need to, so I can move past this with a deep understanding of what's true about it, take responsibility for every choice that I've made, every way that I've hurt myself, that I've hurt other people, and forgive myself for that, and then allow myself to move forward with that truth and that understanding. And the suffering and the pain and all the anxiety and depression and all that, it just falls off immediately. But it's taking personal agency for the choices, the way that I think, every detail of my life, I had to own it. It wasn't anybody else's doing. It wasn't God's doing. If it wasn't my parents, it wasn't anything. Even things that were very traumatic, that caused me a lot of pain, that literally, even as a child, it's like you're a little kid. You don't really have a lot of choices like adults do. You just take a beating at times, and you don't have the power as a human being to say, no, that doesn't work for me. You know, I don't want you to do that to me, or I need this right now. You know, I'm missing this. I don't feel loved. I don't feel whatever it is. And that's the part that you have to relieve. But once we get to a point where we're adults and we're moving into a place where we do have those choices for ourselves, we aren't given the opportunity when we become adults to immediately go back and heal what we have, what's happened to us as children, the way our mind has become conditioned to think. Those first 18 years of our life are huge, and all of the stories and the experiences that we have is what we're moving into our early adulthood with. And there's a lot of trauma behind that. There's a lot of pain. There's a lot of suffering. There's a lot of things that we've missed that we're going to gradually uncover as we become adults. And I started listening inside by the time I was about 40, after I made the decision 5 years prior to say, I don't want to live this life anymore. I don't want to live the way I've been living. I don't want to hurt myself. I don't want to think with attachment and aversion. And I felt this calling to the natural world, and I began looking for ways to become more spiritual, to get to the truth inside me, to connect with my true self, because that is what heals the addictive mind. It's that deep connection with who you really are, what you really are. And when you can start to touch on that and connect with that essence in you, you're going to reach the truth. You're going to get the healing that you need. So all of a sudden I started searching on the internet, of course, because I had spoken to some people, but it does have some useful purposes. I'm not a big technology guy, and I like to stay away from a lot of the mainstream tools and things that are out there, but it served a good purpose for me, because that's how I found healing plant medicines and these master plants down in the Amazon and over in Africa that have traditions that date back thousands of years from indigenous people who have lived off the land and haven't changed their way of life since from millennia, from way back, and it's been passed down from one generation to the next. And I came across this, I started looking for herbal medicine and for plants. I'm like, there's something in the natural world that's calling me to go through. This is my spiritual path. This is what's going to bring me truth and understanding. And I came across this word called ayahuasca. I'm not sure if everybody is familiar with the plant ayahuasca from the Amazon. It's a vine, but it happens to be a master plant, a very divine, feminine master plant that contains a lot of knowledge and truth about life, coming from nature, which is basically the most pure, the most true place to get your healing and get your wisdom. And I decided, and this took me, I was really struggling. I was caught in some addictive tendencies with substances and behaviors that my ego was just really, I was in a controlling way where I just was very afraid to let go of things, because I felt like that was my safety net. That was my happiness. I believed that my pain and my suffering was my happiness. I was addicted to suffering is what it came down to. And that's really the case for a lot of us. Some people, it's more intense and it's more involved, like it was for me. And for others, it might be smaller areas of your life that you experience addictive mind and you experience this attachment to your suffering. And it was so bad. It took me 3 plane trips to get down to Peru. It took me over a year. I must have spent $10,000 on plane tickets, because I got halfway and I came down with migraines, and my mind was just out of control, trying to control and resist, because it knew something was coming. My soul was calling me to go and get this healing and make this change. And it knew something was coming and something was changing. And I came down with a migraine, and I turned around and came home. And then about 5-6 months later, I was ready to go again. And I got to Chicago and the same thing happened. I came back home and I'm like, something's really going on here. Something's wrong. And I reached out to the people down in the Amazon who I was going to. This indigenous shaman family down on the Amazon River, this little village, and he was a master shaman from his grandfather. And I spoke to them, and they just said, Mark, there's a big change coming, and you know it, and there's some resistance there. You just got to fight through it. And when you get down here, things are going to be different. And when I got down there, I finally made it through, and I got down there, and this is when I experienced for the very first time that I was not who I thought I was. I was not who I had been living. I was not this ego. I was not this controlling person who could make myself happy and be like, there's the truth. I took this beautiful plant medicine that, in a nutshell, pinned me to the ground of this temple in such a deep level of love that I could not move. I was immobilized. My motor skills were shut down. I was connected with all of the plant consciousness and animal consciousness that was out there. And it brought it all together in this such intense love that I literally couldn't move. And I had never been more happy in understanding something well beyond this physical and mental environment that I had been living. And that was when the pebble dropped in the pond, and I realized I'm on a path of spiritual healing now and spiritual awakening. This is my second phase of the stages of Addictive Mind, where I just all of a sudden now I'm awake. Now I'm actually aware that what I had been doing and how I had been treating myself and how I'd been living was not true. And I came home, and I still had some issues with substance abuse and behavioral addictions and stuff. However, now I was on a path, and I was driven from inside to understand more of this. I wasn't trying to push things away anymore and get rid of my addictive mind. I was just in this place of really understanding that now I know a lot more about who I am. And I decided at that point that I was going to explore more of the plant medicine world. So I went, and this is the medicine and the path that I tend to spend a lot of my time with now, because it's a tradition from Africa called the Bwiti, and it's spelled BWITI. And it's a tradition that's basically on the central western part of Africa, in the countries of Gabon, which most people have never heard of. It's Gabon, and Cameroon and the Congo. And this is basically like the last Eden on Earth. This is thick jungle environment with a purity that you have never experienced before. The animals, the plants, everything there, it leads you to understand. And I'm going to share a picture with you to show you a few of the of these plants that I'm talking about, the ayahuasca, and this particular plant that the Bwiti use in Gabon for healing is called Iboga, and it's spelled Iboga. I'm going to check. There's some comments here. I just wanted to see if anybody. It's good to see you guys too. Yeah, there's a lot of realizations and so forth, and I know a lot of you. I'd like to hear some of your realizations with your own journeys and how you've overcome and come to an awareness and an awakening yourself. But what I came to find is that it wasn't a healing journey anymore. It was a journey of understanding the truth at the deepest level possible and vibrating with that truth. Addictive mind really is about shifting the high from a delusional grasping high to things outside ourselves to a truth that vibrates inside us, our true essence of who we are, which has no struggle, that has no pushing and has no pulling. It's always in the present moment, and it feels better than any other high that you've ever experienced. And the plant medicine world in nature gives us that opportunity to touch on that. And nothing out there, there's many plants out there, and I'm only naming a few right now, that give us this opportunity to explore inside as opposed to outside and really connect with reality. And the Bwiti and Iboga from Gabon came to me as my second calling. Like, I need to go experience this plant, because this is the plant. This is the master plant of all of them. It's a combination of masculine and feminine energy, but it has a big masculine energy to interrupt the addictive mind and reset our physical and our mental systems right back to a pure mind, a pure truth state that releases all attachment, all aversions to the things that we've been struggling with. And it gives you, it's like a rebirth. It's a fresh start. And the first time that I did this was the first time that I had and this is a modern term, that is Kundalini awakening. It's basically the first time that I experienced an energy rising from my coccyx bone right up through the crown of my head and out. And I realized, this is who I am now. This is the energy that I just woke up, that I'm going to be moving forward with. This is the vibration of truth that is now me. And I know I'm not being very mindful of time because we have 5 minutes left, but I want to kind of wind this up. And then if anybody wants to spend some time with me in a breakout room, we can chat more about it. I told Abby I was going to talk too much and we could do this for 6 hours, but we got 5 minutes left. So, but one of the biggest things I want to take with you guys is that with the plant medicine path, it was a path that kind of took me away from this window shopping experience of, all right, what else can I do to help myself? What other tools are there? And just moving from one to the next. This path that I went on was a path that allowed me to commit and choose and say, this is the direction I'm going. You know, pick what works for you that allows you to heal, that allows you to wake up, and allows you to be in your own truth, and then commit to that 100% and stay with that. It's no different than a martial artist that chooses to start learning Tai Chi when they're young, and they spend a lifetime practicing and mastering the art of Tai Chi to finally awaken to what's true inside them. This is what I've done with plant medicine, you know, and it literally, it makes me cry a lot of times when I wake up in the morning, because it's perfect. It was the perfect choice for me, and I allowed it to unfold, and I made a lot of mistakes, and I just kept pushing forward and allowing myself to just keep moving forward without saying, this isn't going to work, or that's not going to work, or maybe there's another tool that's better for me. I just picked this because I felt the calling to go with this. And the long story of the short of it is the Bwiti and Iboga, basically, their whole tradition is about the study of life. Every time I go back, and I've been doing this for 10 years, I've been to Africa, I go down to Costa Rica, and I go in, and if there's something in life that I don't understand, I'll either sit in silence, I'll do a lot of breathing, or I'll go and I'll experience plant medicine for a week, and I'll work, and I'll go on my journeys with Iboga, and the medicine teaches me and gives me the answers from the spiritual world, from my ancestors, within myself, and then sends me back home with a better view and a better picture of how to live my life more true, more respectful for me, for other people. And it just keeps getting better when I keep filling myself up and just allowing it to overflow to the rest of the world. And so if I can tell you one thing that I want to leave you with, to take with you, in the biggest lesson that I learned from my plant medicine journeys in particular, and this happened about 2 years ago, is that the spirit of Iboga showed me at the end of a 12-hour journey that it said to me, "You are so good, you have no idea, you're well taken care of." And I just fell into the ground, and I just went to sleep. And I realized this is something that I want everybody to understand, that this school of life that we're going through, and everything that we're learning, and our struggles and our happiness and everything, it's a school. We're here to learn, and we're here to take that and grow from that. It's nothing to grab onto and beat ourselves up about. It's nothing to take too seriously. We're in school, and when school's over, we're going back to being perfect again and being happy. And we have this place that is exactly who we are. And that's what I've learned to touch on, is that reality of who I really am. So I don't sweat a lot of the difficulties that I have. I realize that they're there, and I need to take responsibility for them and go through them. And I do, but I don't attach to them. I look at them, I find the truth in them, and I let them go, and then I move on. And I go back to that source, that connection with my true self of who I am. And that's where I sit every day. So I appreciate everybody's time. I had half an hour, and I think I got a little taste for you of the different areas that I have worked on personally, and what I want to help other people with. And my business is geared around helping people with their spiritual awakenings. And it doesn't have to do with just plant medicine experiences. People who have had shifts in their life and had awareness and awakening, I help them to integrate that into their daily lives, so they can shift it to another level of truth within themselves and live at a higher vibration. So this outside world doesn't beat us up as much. So thank you for having me today. I appreciate it, Abby. Thank you.
Mark, how can people get a hold of you?
My website is, I can put it in the chat box here. It's addictivemind.co. And you can look through, and it's got a lot of things. There's some articles in there, and on the contact page, it has an area where you could email me, and then we can start to touch base personally from there and see what may or may not be for us. So when we get done here, I'll pop that in the chat box so everybody can click on that hyperlink and go to the site if they'd like to.
Okay. Also, you weren't here for this. We had some technical difficulties, and we're not able to open the breakout rooms for some reason. We're not sure what's going on.
Okay.
So I apologize for that. So if anybody out there, please get a hold of Mark, get a hold of Gemma, Kiva, Mita's up next, Amari's up. Like, anybody who's here, please get a hold of them. That's what we're here for. We're not necessarily trying to sell you anything. We just want to help you. Everybody, like I said before, if you were here when we started, if you've been sticking it out this whole time, Everyone's literally here just because they love helping you. And if they can't do that, they're going to send you in the right direction. So please don't be a stranger. Get a hold of everyone. Thank you again, Mark. That was awesome to hear your story. I learned a lot.
Welcome.
So thank you. Strong finish.
Okay.
Good job.
Thanks, Abby. Okay.
Next up, Mita Johnson is going to be talking. Is it Mita or Mita?
Mita.
Wait, I didn't hear it. It cut out. Say it again.
Mita. It's not phonetic.
Okay, so just Mita. Okay, just making sure. I like to know. So as a linguist, it's interesting to read people's names and kind of figure out, they're all a little bit different. So, all right, I will let you jump in.
All right. Well, hello, everyone. I am delighted to be with you today. I'm just struck with how connected all of us are on our messages and our journeys, and how we've all come to similar places, but we have different paths. And it's just so beautiful that there's options that work for everyone. So I want to share a screen a little bit, because I really do better when I have some visual aids for people. So hopefully this will come up and you can see what I'm wanting you to see here. And did that come through? It did. Okay, awesome. Because I lost my opposite screen that lets me see what you see. So we'll just go with the flow today and go from there. So as Abby said, I'm Mita Johnson. I am a certified success coach. And what that means to me is really connecting with you on that soul level, helping you identify what success means for you and charting a path to that. And I start my work with every one of my clients with the uncovery of their life purpose. And one of the powers that I have learned is when you speak something out loud, it's more real. And so for me to help you find the words that express your soul level purpose, to speak them out loud and help you chart a path is what feeds me every single day. So oops, my clicker is not working today. So I'm coming from that kind of corporate world. I like to tell people where we're going in our time together. So I want to talk to you today about my understanding of life purpose, the elements of it as it resonates in my world, tools to share with you about how you can choose to live your life on purpose. I want to talk a little bit about what it means to be a human being and how we might put that all together. As Abby has said, pop questions in the chat, raise your hand, whatever. I really want to make sure that I'm resonating with you. And I put a couple pauses in specifically for questions as well. So the question I want really to think about is, what is your life purpose? And I start with what it's not, because our brains tend to work in there. Our purpose is not your career choice. It's not something that changes over your lifetime, and it's not hard to discover. It's really the reason that your soul, in my experience, has chosen to embody in this lifetime. You have a reason to be here. You have gifts, you have things to share, and your body is here to deliver that message and to help you figure out how to share it within the world. My business name is Personal Wisdom Coaching, because I believe, as many of our other speakers have said this morning, the wisdom physically lives in our body. That when you tune into that and know what it is, you know how to make choices and you know where things are going to take you. So as I said, that purpose is your soul level reason for being. It's your guide to making everyday decisions, both big and small, physically present in your body, and it's the way that connects you to your elemental wisdom. As I've listened to all of the wisdom this morning, the chakras and the energy movement and the clearing and the things, what I've learned in my work is when you find your purpose, it has a physical, personal place of resonance in your body. For me, mine's an energy halo. Feels kind of weird, but literally my scalp tingle. I kind of feel like the little girl with her princess crown when I found mine, because it sits and I can feel it. And I know when I am connected because it's alive and it's saying, go girl, you are doing the right thing. You are moving forward. It also shows up when I'm on the cusp of making what might not be the best decision either. We've heard a lot about intuition and your inner knowing today, and I'm a big believer in those. We're coached to not listen to that, as you've heard from others. But when you connect to that purpose and your physical place of purpose, it shows up for both the positive and the cautionary. Doesn't mean we're not going to choose to live out of purpose, but it shows up to say, hey, child, are you listening? Are you paying attention? Are you doing what makes sense for you? So it's really an interactive way to connect with yourself. So with that, I'm going to share what my purpose is. Come on, slide move. Okay. For a reason, my mouse is not cooperating today. That's the joy of technology, isn't it? So my purpose is to be completely me, trusting my connection to source, giving invisible service as a trusted listener, creating space for all. I spent most of my life as an HR executive, a background in social work. I didn't understand really what I was doing until my guide helped me find these words. And all of a sudden, my life made sense. The career choices that I had made, how I chose to go to school, my lifelong being a seeker of wisdom in different ways suddenly made complete sense to me, with the ability to recognize these words, to live into them, and to know that they've been my guide, even if I didn't have the language. But with language, I am so much more powerful than I ever was when that was hidden from me. So I am really passionate about everyone who connects with me to literally find these words and to be able to move into them. Purpose, in my experience, has 3 elements. We are a human being, we are a human doing, and the combination of those 2 creates an impact or a ripple in the world. And we describe ourselves as human beings, but my experience and observations are we're a group of human doings. We spend so much time on our activities and that to-do list and that and those things that we forget that we came first as a human being. And I'll dive just a little bit more into that. So to illustrate how that fits for me, I broke my purpose sentence out to give you a sense of it. So my human being shows up as me and my connection to source. Like many speakers earlier today, you're taught not to listen to yourself, to mold, particularly if female and a female of color. There's so many boxes that we're told to fit in and so many personas that we put on. Here's my work face and here's my mom face and here's my this. But I'm me when I'm me. And so how do I let go of those faces and images and things that other people put at me? So there was a lot of power in honoring that my first job here as an embodied soul is to show up as the person who came here. I came for a reason. My doing aspect is invisible service as a trusted listener. And very much a behind the scenes girl. It's a risk for me. I can choose that word to be in the center for you because I'm best one-on-one. I'm behind the scenes. What's the song? Let me be the wind beneath your wings. I'm not here to take center stage. I'm never going to be that big published author. I'm never going to be out there because my soul is really much quieter than that. But do I know how to listen? And I know how to support? And do I know how to ask the awkward and uncomfortable questions and help you find that space? It also shows up as the impact of every group or meeting or way that I show up. My role in there is to make sure everybody's heard, that we create the option for all of the voices and to support the timid ones and tone down the loud ones, but to really allow everyone to show up. So with my clients, when they have the words and the language that says, here's why my soul is here, the next thing we work on is how do I activate that? So how I choose to live my life on purpose? So I have a simple tool that I share with my folks and I share happily with you today. If you know your purpose words, this will make great sense to you. If you don't, we can talk later. But what I'm showing today is a binary option. I have now an integrated process. When I'm faced with a decision that lets me go boom, boom, boom. But it started with a paper and pencil because I'm one of those people that my brain works when there's a pen in my hand better than a keyboard, but it can work for you. But what you do is you take those key purpose elements and you make your left-hand column. So for me, that's being completely me, trusting my source connection, invisible service, trusted listener, creation of space. And in this chart, I'll use just a quick example. I was recently asked to join a board with an LGBTQ organization. There's a lot of social impact around those choices. It puts me publicly in a different way. It's a different form of service. So there's a lot of things to think about and ask. So this tool, I did a simple binary option. Is this a choice for me or is it not the right choice for me? And you can see by working down this chart, my first question that I asked my soul level is, joining this board, am I allowed to be me? Can I show as me and serve this organization? And I got a clear yes. My halo kicked in. I know what's going on. Am I trusting my source connection? Yes, the world needs to hear some of these messages. So I'm being asked to help amplify that. Is it invisible? No, it is not. It's going to step me out of my comfort zone and it's going to ask me to own some things that maybe I don't like, but that's okay. Does it create a way for me to be a trusted listener? Absolutely, because there's all these unheard voices and I've a new space. So you can see in this simple little tool, I got 4 positives and 1 caution. That says to me, my soul says, this is a good decision. I got back that choice to live on purpose with my values. I know mine. I've done that. If you haven't, it's really powerful. So my top 3 are authenticity, which connects to being completely me, compassion, which is how my service shows up, and that trust. If I don't trust you and you don't trust me, we don't partner. So I go through that same simple exercise of, does this align with my 3 values? And clearly they are a yes. So you can see by going through just that simple gut check process, it's a good choice for me to join this board. And oh, by the way, I did. And it's asking a lot of me. It's a lot of hours. It's a lot of visibility. And I'm alive when I do that. So a really simple and easy way to say, am I living my life on purpose when I'm faced with these choices? You might be looking at something as simple as you and your partner can agree on where to go on vacation. So maybe you've got Cancun and, Canada and Puerto Rico, something completely opposite. You can throw a decision like that in a simple tree and check those with your purpose and your level as well. As you heard from some of the other speakers today, we don't always live on purpose. So while this tool can help you, what if the answers had been flipped and really wasn't in alignment with me? The question I'm going to ask myself is, what happens if I do it anyway? We are free will human beings. We aren't here to be this little robot that always stays on our purpose path. So why might I choose to step out? Sometimes a reason to learn. Sometimes it's a stretch and a grow. Sometimes we're just stubborn and we don't listen. What I can do is you can always walk the alternate path. But in my experience and those of the people that I work with, that path is different. It's harder. It throws up some obstacles, but it is doable. And you come on the other side of it just fine. This tool gives you some insights in terms of how to live there. Recognize that you always get to choose. And there's a polarity to it. There's always the light and the dark. And you've heard earlier some of the other people's shadow work. That's my next tool that I share with my partners. Shadow shows up a little bit different in my work than what we heard earlier, but it's exactly the same concept. So again, because human beings like to do, so I give them a worksheet to do so they learn how to be. This is another simple tool. What you can see here is we start with what is your purpose statement? So why are you here? What's that soul connection? And then below that is the 12 sections of the fairly commonly known Wheel of Life. So these words may resonate with you. You may have, for example, towards the right, you see the word career. I no longer identify with that. When I left corporate, I left my career behind. I now use the word professional woman or professional being because that's how I see myself. So those words are fluid. But what I ask my partners in this work to do is to look at your purpose elements and how they show up in each of your areas, and then their opposites. So how do they show up? So just like you were asked earlier to look into, why do you bring your negative into your life? This is asking you to do something similar in a slightly different way. So for example, in family and with me, being completely me, I'm the oldest. Carry all the expectations of my family that I'm going to be the path setter, I'm going to be the good child, I'm an Enneagram 1, so I'm a rule follower. And that's how I show up in my family in my purpose way. When I look at what's the opposite, it's when I'm bossy and it's my way or no way. And I try to push everybody else in my family to do mine. It's not the good things that we want to look at. It's the part of ourselves that we know is there. We kind of look away. We pretend it didn't happen. That's not really me. We don't want anybody to notice. But that's exactly who we are, is both the positive and the shadow. I don't like the word negative. So there's the light and the shadow. And so I invite my clients to do the deep work over a period of time to know how their shadow shows up in areas of their life. And with that knowledge, you have the ability to make really purposeful choices about where you want to live into your purpose and where it serves you perhaps to walk out of it and to make a difference. I'm going to do a quick pause there. Any questions? Anything on that? Let me see what's showing up in the chat. Questions, comments, and before I move into a bit more about being a human being instead of a human doing. Awesome. Okay, cooperate slides. So I like the image of the misty trees, and I like to start with the question of, are you a human being? Or are you a human doing? And because I'm an Enneagram 1 perfectionist, I like to start with some fundamentals to make sure I'm really on the right language. So doing, be clear, it's performing, executing, getting things done. And being is having life existence. And I'm really curious as to why in our worlds we focus on the doing and not the being. And in my wisdom search and study, there's a poet that I'm just in awe of, and his name is Mark Nepo. His book that I found is 7,000 Ways to Listen. And he's a cancer survivor and lost his hearing. And so he's coming at the world from this whole shift in his literal physical perspective. And when I was preparing for a talk on purpose, and I came across this poem, and I had to put it in today because it just resonates for me about why we're here. And in his words, we're not here to do. Under the want to problem solve is the need to being solve. And often with full being, the problem goes away. What distills out of this to me is the we've heard from so many of our speakers here today is when you stop and tune in to who you are as a human being, the problems of the human doing start to fall away. And it's coming to that presence and that center and that self. So the question I invite you into is, what happens if we the language just a little bit? We often get asked or asked our children, what do you want to be when you grow up, or when you're done with college, or when you go here, or when you go there? But what happens if we started answering that question with words like on the screen? happy or fulfilled or kind, instead of words like a vice president or a millionaire or a chef. We focus our questioning on a do or an outcome instead of a be. And how much more powerful would your life be if you were living the words like I put here? So if you pause for just a minute and said, what do you want to be? What words show up for you? Something to think about. So, how do I put this all together? Work that I do. So, in my experience with the world, purpose is your reason for being here. Shadow provides the context within which we make our choices. Using a purpose-based tool really helps inform you how to make the best choice for you to live your life on purpose. And that without understanding what being is, we lose much of the magic in the life. Oh, good. We have some words come in. So someone has shared calm, comfortable, beautiful, and love. Beautiful. Think about what your word would be if that's how you approached each day. I'm going to be a human being filled with calm, comfort, joy, and love. And that's going to show up in how I do my job and the choices that I make and how I connect with individuals. So your being leads and your doing then gets to follow. Some more peaceful, calm, and happy. So I invite you into a space of how might you put it all together. If you don't already know what your unique purpose is, I would invite you to find the path that helps you find that. I have one way, there's others out there who do, but the power in knowing the words and speaking them out. So I really invite you to find that. And when you speak those words of purpose out loud, it shows your physical place. So I said, mine's my fun little halo and crown. Find yours, because it's your instant check to knowing when you're tapped into that purpose and that wisdom. It lights up, it sends you the positive and the caution. If you're not accustomed to living into your wisdom, then start with a small decision, something really, really, maybe it's asking what for lunch today, what your body asking for instead of what's easy to grab. And then, as the wisdom of so many others this morning has said, trust those decisions. And then in your quiet time, take inventory of yourself of how much time you spend as a human doing versus a human being. If you're misweighted and too focused on the do side of your reason to be, so build some time into your calendar and practice what it means, calm or peaceful or joyful, all of those words that you put in when I invited you to think about how you want to show up today. And if you're looking for a guide, this is my chance to say, call me. My purpose is to be your trusted listener and a partner and a guide. So with that, you can find me phone calls or text, or my website has a contact me as well. I would hear from you like many others. I offer complimentary exploratory, and I do either just solely around purpose, or I do some broader work that connects purpose and success. And since Adam invited us to, I'm going to do a shameless plug. I'm starting a new adventure for me that's pulling me a bit out of my invisible space. And I'm partnering with Dr. Pat Bacali, and I'm doing an internet radio show podcast that launches Thursday of this week on really learning to trust that wisdom and power within inside of you and how to live a life on purpose. And with that, I thank you for the gift of your time and honor this morning and presence, and would love to know what questions or how can I support what you heard today in any way.
Anybody out there have any questions? Feel free to raise your hand or pop them into the chat. Some comments, not questions, but yes, that was awesome. I love processes and charts, so I'm a
That's
big
my-
fan. That resonates
That's-
with me for sure.
That's what
Yeah.
I've learned. Most of us trained as doers need that something to do to connect. And so they're simple, but I can promise you, once you get the knack of it, I don't need it anymore. It just goes boom, boom, boom.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
You said that most of us are trying to be, we're doing as opposed to being.
Mhm.
What if you're like just a tweaker and you just love doing and doing and doing and doing and like it's just fun for you? What if you're not doing it for some deeper reason of like what if that's your purpose? Do you have any insight on that?
And that's where I went. Perhaps that is your purpose,
Okay.
that your energy and your reason here is to create, to put out. I have one client whose purpose is to dance joyfully in the world. I have another client whose purpose is to listen. It's simply one word. And we had to really work through how did that fit her being, her doing, and impact. But really there was power for her in that one word. She's the quietest behind the scenes person you've ever seen. But when she does speak, it's like the wisdom of the Mecca. And so purpose shows up in all sorts of ways. So I will lean into it. Perhaps being for you is a focus of that doing as opposed to an absence of the doing.
That makes me feel better. Thank you. We do have a question. What are some beginning steps to discover what our life purpose or what is our life purpose?
So the tool that I use is a series of questions. And it's often best to be guided because where you want to go is the focus on what's coming up for you instead of trying to ask and answer your own question, but really it's focused around how do you show up as your best self? How do you want other people to describe you? What qualities are important to you? What do you want to feel when you engage with other people? So it's really trying to tap into those kind of one word intuitive responses that perhaps you were seeing in some of the exercises that the other speakers took you through today. And when we generate that list of responses, then we distill it down to what are the 3-5 words that really speak to you. And then I'm going to ask you to look at your values and say, are they connected? And when you get a yes to those, out of that comes your sentence. So most people play with it. So those 5 or 6 key words that are their combination of being and doing show up. And then it's how they put together in a flow that shows up for you. But again, you'll have your reason to be, your reason to do, and an impact. Does that help answer the question?
I would imagine it does, but.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. I have just been so honored to be part of your time today, and I appreciate sharing your wisdom with me. Thank you.
Mita, will you also put your email address, contact information, whatever you want? Will you pop it into the chat too? And make sure you send it to everyone. Okay.
I will
Thank you so
absolutely do
much.
that. Thanks.
Awesome. All right. Well, next up, we're going to be hearing from Risa Lynch. And I won't go into, like, I don't want to give spoilers or anything, but I just want you guys all to know that she has my 100% endorsement. I'm completely on board. So if you have any questions, you can get a hold of her, you can get a hold of me, and we'll talk about it. So I know hopefully that was intriguing and not didn't freak you out. So Risa, go ahead. I'll let you go.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm going to share my screen and hopefully this will work. So you can let me know if you can see that. Do you see it? Yes. Yep. Okay, great. Well, I just want to say I've learned so much today, and I'm so honored to be here with all these awesome speakers. And I want to thank Abby especially for inviting me. And I'm just honored to share the stage with all of you guys. And it's awesome also that you guys have all shown up because we care about our health, right? So that is totally awesome. So I wanted to share a little story here. I was at a wedding a few years ago with 3 other couples, and a few days later, the event sent us an email because they told us that a lot of people had gotten sick. Now, it was before all, the COVID and stuff like that. And I think they had like gotten flu or something. And about half of them had gotten sick. Now, while my husband and I didn't get sick, 4 of the others in our group did. And so my question is, why would some people get ill and some people not get ill? Like, how come everybody in the room didn't get sick? So I would love to hear your thoughts. If you want to just share quickly in the chat, like, what do you think happened? Like, why is that? How come something can come into the room and, everybody doesn't get it? And so if you share that in the chat, whatever you guys think, I'd love to hear it. So we have strong immune system. That's one of the things people said. So if you have any other ideas, pop them in there. But yeah, the reason why everyone doesn't get sick has to do with the strength of our immune system and how well our immune system is functioning. And the energy support, because that affects our immune, right? They had a good immune system boosting techniques, good diet, low alcohol, low stress. Yeah, see, we're all on the same page here. It's awesome. So I'm Risa Lynch, and I was a high school teacher and adjunct professor for 21 years, and I'm now a cellular health coach and a certified health coach. And I'm basically a born educator. I have a passion for wanting to help people improve their life in whatever way I can help. So whenever I learn something, I want to share that with everybody else. And I'm always in search of how to be in optimal health in all areas of my life, like physical, mental, spiritual, because, it's all connected. And basically in my mind, I don't want to end up in a nursing home. I don't want to have a debilitating disease. I don't want other people to have to care for me. So that's why I'm always looking for how can I be my optimal self. And so I realized that the easiest path was learning and incorporating ways to improve my immune system, whether it's mind, body, spirit, whether it's things I do, I eat, supplements I take, whatever it is, because our immune system is the first line of defense against whatever comes our way. And the stronger our immune system, the healthier our bodies are going to be. So we're all here today because we believe that our health is truly our greatest wealth. And without our health, we can't do our jobs. We can't support or take care of families. We can't actually do anything good for the community or anybody else. We can't serve other people. And I wasn't always on this path because for 21 years of teaching, I actually didn't realize that I was dehydrated. I, didn't realize that I wasn't getting the correct nutrition, not to mention exercise. I was pretty much just zooming around in my life and pretty much dragging my body behind me. So I don't know if any of you guys can relate to that, because I know a lot of times we get so involved with everything else that we kind of put our health last. But the last year of teaching, I had a health challenge that medical doctors couldn't figure out for 32 days. And it really stopped and made me reflect on how was I taking care of myself and what was a priority, priorities in my life that I needed to change. And so I pretty much believe that my health challenge happened to me so that I would take time to learn and make changes before something worse happened, because then I could help other people. And so now my passion is to help other people improve their health so that they can have a better quality of life. Because if we don't have a good quality of life, then really what is the point? Just like everybody else was talking about here, all the things that they're talking about is to have a better quality of life. So I know that we all would rather be in these pictures. We want to be in these pictures. We want to be happy and healthy, and we want to have fun with our friends. And so investing in our health is the best thing that we can do and focus on. And again, that's why we're here, right? So our goal is to take care of our body. Now you want to take care of it in the mind, spirit, for overall wellness. And to have all these things in balance is how we have overall wellness. And when we do this, it helps strengthen our immune system, because if they are in balance, then we're happy and we're healthy. And so today I'm going to share with you a cutting edge technology that most people haven't heard about. It's something that not only strengthens our immune system, but it also helps our mental focus, our outlook, which ultimately helps our spirit. And we make this in every cell of our body. We wouldn't be alive for minutes. We wouldn't live without this for minutes. But with so many things, as we age, we make less and less of it. Now, if your immune system is strong, then we have health, and the balance of your mind, body, and spirit directly impacts our immune system. Everything has to be in balance and alignment for complete cellular health, because our cells are totally affected by our thoughts, our beliefs, and even our emotions. But what exactly is our immune system? I know that a lot of times we talk about it, but we don't necessarily understand what it is. So our immune system is actually a network of tissues, of organs that first tries to keep out threatening germs like bacteria, viruses, fungi, and parasites. And then it actually deals with them if they manage to get in. So how many of you realize that we're kind of like a soup? We're made up of cells, of viruses, of bacteria, good and bad, and of fungi. And our immune system knows when we come in contact with ones that are threatening us. So if it senses something in our body that could be bad for us, it actually triggers the release of special cells like T cells and white blood cells and mast cells. And these travel to where the trouble is, they attack the intruder, and they help get rid of it. So as you can kind of see from this image, the immune system is many systems in the body, and everything in there is made up of cells. But as we age, our immune system gets more and more compromised because we're oxidizing, and that just means that we're getting more inflammation in our body, and that leads to damaged cells. So not only in your immune system, but other systems as well. So if you kind of think of a car that gets the paint scratched off and you have the bare metal exposed, well, if we don't repair that and repaint it, then the car gets oxygen attacking it, and it oxidizes and gets rusty. So now that car is under oxidative stress, and that is what happens in our bodies. When we have lots of damaged cells, we now have some type of medical issue. So the question is, what can we do to reduce this and help our body be in its optimal health? Now, one of the biggest things that does not support us, and we all pretty much know this, is sugar. So we know that refined sugar has no nutritional value, not only suppresses the immune, but it causes inflammation in the body almost immediately upon ingesting it. And a study from the Cleveland Clinic shows that it takes 75 grams of sugar to weaken our immune system. Now, once our white blood cells are affected, our immune system functioning is lowered for at least 5 hours. And 75 grams of sugar, if you don't know, that is a lot of sugar, because a can of Coke has around like 43 grams in one can. I mean, that's like tons of sugar. But we also know from a Harvard study that consuming too much added sugar increases chronic inflammation, and that basically leads to all other diseases. So this is the number one thing we want to stay away from. Now, another thing that affects us is cheaply processed oils, and they can be actually really bad for our health because, unlike sugar, they're not as easily able to detox out of our body. They also cause inflammation in the body, which is why we want to avoid them. And bad oils can damage cell membranes and get stuck in your fat cells. And when cell membranes are damaged, beneficial hormones and other things can't get into the cell. And so these oils are highly processed and heated, and they can become rancid quickly, which basically means they get oxidized. And if you remember from the car, that's not what you want. And so they're oils like corn, canola, cottonseed, sunflower, safflower, and soy. Those are the ones that you really want to try to avoid. Now, it's great to eat raw seeds because they haven't been heated and processed. So you can get your oils from the raw seeds, but you don't want to get them from the ones that I was mentioning. Now, I know we probably don't want to hear the next one, but somebody did already mention it. And other thing that suppresses our immune system is alcohol. But I think sometimes we don't understand exactly how. But basically, once you take a drink of alcohol, your body makes metabolizing it a priority above anything else that it does. So unlike whole foods like proteins, carbs, and fats, your body doesn't have a way to store alcohol. And so it actually moves it to the front of the metabolizing line. And because it affects your liver, alcohol affects the liver, it's the liver's job to detoxify and remove it from your body. It's just putting a big stress on your body. And so it's taking energy directly away from your immune system. So when you drink, it's lowering your immune system just like sugar does. And then all these other things we pretty much know, processed foods and sodas and chemicals, all of them are bad for our body. They don't support our immune system. Now, negative emotions is another one. negative emotions actually can lower our immune system function, because we secrete hormones like cortisol, and that is not always helpful. So cortisol actually gives us energy. It enables us to be awake and alert. It contributes to our strength and focus. But when we're overproducing it, or its levels stay too high for too long, then we end up with health issues, because we're in that fight or flight, as one of the other speakers was mentioning. So lower levels of cortisol lead to less anxiety and an improved ability to deal with stress. So you really want to be able to lower your cortisol. You don't want it ramped up really high all the time. And also, like, did you know that negative emotions, like just being angry for 5 minutes, can cause our immune system to shut down for up to 5 hours? So if you think your emotions aren't affecting your body, they do. They affect every cell in your body. Now, one of the quickest ways that you can switch that, you can get into a totally different state, is to play some music. And that can just help your mood instantly, which is going to help your immune system. You can also play something called binaural beats, which is different frequencies. And that's kind of popular. Now, most of the things that support our immune, we probably know about, but we don't always do. And one of the biggest and easiest things that can massively impact your health and your immune system is to just hydrate with water, because all your organs, tissues, cells need to be hydrated in order to function properly. And depending on your body and level of exercise, you might need more water, you might need less. So, but you really want to be hydrated. And then exercise, just even walking helps improve your immune system. And we know that there's like massive research to tell us that. And then we know that veggies and fruits are good for us, because that's how we get our vitamins and minerals. And so you want to be, eating whole foods to help support your body, because that's going to improve your immune system. And then sleep is super important to help support your immune system, because it's during sleep that our bodies repair, and we clean out the brain, it builds muscle. So that's super important. Dehydration affects energy levels and mood too. Yep, exactly. And sleep is, critical for everything. So our connection to something bigger than ourselves, that increases our vibration and frequency, and that helps strengthen our immune system, because you can be doing all the best things in the world, but if you have this negative mind and you're just not in a good place mentally or spiritually, that's going to suppress your immune system. So developing a spirit of gratitude and joy not only changes our mental state, but improves our spiritual state as well. And that is going to help your immune. So it's all about keeping your mind, body, and spirit in balance. And then something I'm really excited to talk to you about is something called redox signaling molecules. And most people probably haven't heard about this, but this is something that helps improve your body, your immune system. It helps you mentally, physically, and all of that, helps us spiritually and emotionally. And of course, the key thing is that it does strengthen our immune system. And it's a new and exciting field of science that I'm going to be talking about. So a few years ago, redox crossed my path, and I never heard of it because it wasn't in my realm of expertise. But it's a whole new field of science. It's been studied for the past 25 plus years, and it's actually foundational to our health, but I had no idea it even existed. So before I share that, I just want you to put in the chat, have you heard of antioxidants? And when you think of antioxidants, like, what are a few words that come to mind when you hear the word antioxidants? So just pop in the chat. What do you think of? Blueberries? Exactly. That's what I think most of us think about, because blueberries have lots of antioxidants, right? Oh, the alcohol, that was too funny. So blueberries, superfoods, almonds, all kinds of these foods is what you usually think of, different food sources. Now, let me know, have you ever heard of redox molecules, redox signaling molecules? Has anybody ever heard of those? Yes, no. Yeah, well, you're in good company, because I did not either, had no clue what it was. But I'm here to tell you that redox biochemistry is one of the fastest growing areas of science. There's over 200 million studies on redox, millions of gray papers on redox signaling on Google Scholar. Now, not Google, okay? Google is simply opinions. And many of them are misleading and ill-informed. And I know this because I read them. Because when I first heard about redox, I did what we all do. And what is that? We asked Mr. Google, what is it, right? And he didn't tell me anything good. So I didn't know that I should go to Google Scholar, which is a website. It's just www.googlescholar.com. And that's actually a search engine. But this is a huge and growing field of science. And so this is actually an article from last May, which talks about how people with poor COVID outcomes were deficient in glutathione. Now, do you know what glutathione is? Have you heard of that? Just type a yes or no in the chat. I think some of us in this crowd probably do know what that is. But that is basically your body's master antioxidant and detoxifier. And it's actually more powerful than any antioxidant that you're going to get even from fruits and vegetables. And so in this article, they also state that redox homeostasis appears to be an important biological process. So even though I'd never heard of this, there's tons of stuff on PubMed. PubMed is where doctors go to research. There's tons of stuff talking about research, about redox signaling. And more is coming out every single month. Now there's over like 1,200 books and textbooks about redox biochemistry and the importance of it to all aspects of our health and every system in our body. And here's just one of the many books written. I had the pleasure of meeting Dr. Osler at a conference. He's a wealth of knowledge and he helps connect the dots between our health and our biology. So our company, which I'm going to be sharing with you, is partnering with labs and universities across the globe to continue research and development of redox signaling molecules and their impact on our health. So the question now is, what is redox and why should we even care? Why should we be excited to learn about it? Well, redox signaling molecules are messenger molecules and they're produced by the mitochondria in every cell in our body. So right now, all of us are producing them in every cell of our body. And they enable our cells to talk to each other and read our DNA. They're functioning in your body right now. They're detecting cell damage, weaknesses, or dysfunction, and they're working on correcting them. So everything in your body is made up of cells. We have lung cells, we have heart cells, we have liver cells, we have bone cells. You can't see them, you can't touch them, you can't hear them, but they're there. And if all our cells are functioning properly, then we have no health issues. We have no disease, we have no cancer, we have no damaged cells at all. But what I want you to think of for a minute is, do you know someone who has like a breathing problem? So what exactly does that mean? It basically means that they have damaged cells in their lungs. And when they have enough, they now have a disease name, and they probably need something to help manage it. Now, it's the same for blood sugar issues. If you have damaged cells in your pancreas that keep replicating, then eventually you have blood work. Your blood work shows that something is wrong, but you had no clue that it was even there, right? Because those changes don't really happen overnight. It often takes, years, months to find them. But other things I just want you to think about is, we all have blood, which our body produces. And if we lose too much, we now have the ability to get it replenished, which we didn't always have, right? But they figured it out, like science figured out how we can do a blood transfusion. You can get more blood into your body if you're losing it. And we also have like stem cells. Our body makes stem cells, and we can now actually replenish our stem cells. So we can either get them replenished, or if you do lots of fasting, you can also make more stem cells that way. Now, just to say, these are pictures of cells. Like the one on the left is inside a cell. It's like so beautiful. Now, redox signaling molecules facilitate cellular communication in every system of our body. So our body depends on redox molecules to fix and repair damaged cells in every system. And it doesn't cure, heal, or treat anything. They simply supply essential energy. Now, redox is the contraction for two types of energy in our cells, reductants and oxidants, which are simply just positively or negatively charged molecules. And redox molecules, they're essential to life. They help our cells absorb nutrition, they help our cells detox, and they tell every cell what to do. So our cells wouldn't even know what to do. We wouldn't have any communication if we had no redox. So redox molecules are these cellular messengers, and they help your body detect problems within the cell. And then they also protect the natural lifespan of each cell, and they trigger the repair process for damaged cells. So if a damaged cell can't be repaired, they trigger that new cell to take its place, and that's called apoptosis. And that's basically how we heal. So our bodies are breaking down constantly. They're repairing themselves constantly. When I clap my hands, I just damaged cells on my hands, and my body is going to work repairing those, even though I really don't see them or feel them. So all this repair and regeneration in the body is requiring lots of redox signaling molecules. Now, unfortunately, as we age, we make less redox. So like with lots of things, right? As we age, we have less and less of it, and we make less, about 10% per decade. And it actually starts, unfortunately, around puberty. So if you think of little kids and how they fall down, they pop right back up. They do that several times during the day, right? They don't wake up in the morning and say, my back hurts, my shoulder hurts. It's because they're healing at a faster rate. Like if they get a cut, they heal almost overnight. And it's because they're just full of redox molecules. They have so many when they're young. But the cool thing is that now that doesn't have to be the case, because we can actually replenish redox. So that's what the whole cool piece is. So I want you to check this out. This is Rosie. And we basically can see and see how aging affects us when we look in the mirror, but we don't always see what it's doing on the inside of us. So as we age, we often, lose our cognitive function, or we become more anxious. Now, redox doesn't only help our physical challenges, but it also helps our thinking and our mood, which in turn is going to support our spiritual well-being and our mental focus. So this is Rosie before supplementing with redox. So this is her at 84. This is her 7 weeks later. This is her at 87. And this is her 7 years later. So if you look from her at 84 to 91, she actually looks better. Everything is better. She didn't have the puffiness. She didn't have the red eyes. It's pretty incredible. She honestly looks younger at 91 than she did at 84. So as more damaged cells are getting repaired and cleaned up on the inside, it's going to show on the outside, because we can't see what's happening inside there, right? So getting our body to detect more damaged cells and then getting them repaired is really the key to increasing your cellular rejuvenation, which slows down the aging process. And in turn, this is strengthening your immune system. So I want that for me. And if you want that for you, you can drop it in the chat. So yeah, 24-hour water fast. That is awesome. But yeah, so I want this for me. I want to look younger as I age, right? Who doesn't? So redox isn't just for, yeah, me too. Isn't just for the elderly or people dealing with health issues. It's actually safe for everyone. Even in utero, it's safe for everybody. So redox is empowering athletes at every level to perform better with increased endurance, strength, and recovery, and just mental stamina. So everybody can benefit from increasing what's called your redox potential. Even if you just want better energy, better sleep, it doesn't matter. It can help with everything. So for the first time in history, we actually have redox signaling molecules that we can supplement, that we can add back to our body. And the company, ASEA, has this redox supplement. It's a bio-replenishment. We have it from the inside out, and we have it from the outside in. And it basically has multiple layered international patents. We're the only company in the world to have these molecules outside of the body. And that's what's really exciting, because it's not only a gift, but it's honestly a true blessing. It's been a massive blessing for many people. And one of the best things about this is that because your body is making it, it has no toxicity. It doesn't interact with other medications because your body is already making these molecules. We just don't really have enough of them. Now, these are my stairs. And why am I showing you this? because in August, the end of August, I fell down my stairs. Seriously, all the way down. I just went boom, boom, boom on my back. And I'm 58. I normally don't do that. I was zooming around in my socks. I was getting ready to go to a conference, and this happened on a Sunday. And I had to fly to a conference. I'm in Virginia. I had to fly to Las Vegas across the country on a Thursday. So 4 days later. So I fall down the stairs. I'm like totally in shock. I'm like, okay, thank goodness nothing's broken. I'm poking myself, right? And I'm thinking I'm going to have to cancel the conference. I'm not going to be able to go. And I was going with a friend who's a naturopath. So I was really pretty excited to go. So I know what these molecules do. And so I decided I need to flood my body with the molecules, with this redox. And especially if I had any hope of traveling on Thursday. So I drank whatever I could on Sunday, and then I did a bottle a day for the next 3 days. Well, Monday was pretty rough. My friend saw me. I really couldn't focus. I couldn't think. I couldn't bend down, getting up. All that was, sore. I had big bruise, happening on my rear end. So I was just like, oh my goodness, what are these little molecules doing? Hurry up and get to work. Well, on Tuesday, so it's 2 days after falling down the stairs, it was a whole different story. I was like 80% better. Now, how can that happen? Because that's what redox molecules do. When you flood your body, it's like you have little fire trucks and they're zooming around and they're putting out fires in your body. And I had a lot of damage because I had fallen all the way down my stairs. So each day I just got better and better. And I ended up on Thursday, I flew across the country. I attended the conference. Now, I wasn't perfect. So when I bent over and came back up, I was still sore, but I was like way better. I had no problem flying. I came home from that conference. A week later, I drove 9 hours to Nashville for another conference, and I was fine. I just was getting better and better and better. And so that's the power of your body to recover when it can see the damage. And that's what redox does. It amplifies the signal to your immune so it can come in and get the damaged cells repaired. I mean, that is honestly pretty cool. It was the coolest thing. So redox is just empowering the cells to properly signal and communicate, and it activates the cells to perform at their highest level to deliver, maximum overall health. So I just want you to think of our health. Most of it really lies below the surface in every single cell, and it's about balance. So balance of how we're taking care of our physical body, our mental state, our mind, our spiritual. And most of us know, people that show up at the doctor one day and they have stage something, and the day before they thought, they're perfectly healthy. They had no idea because you can't see what's happening in there, right? And those things we know, in this group for sure, we know this doesn't happen overnight. It takes years sometimes for all these damaged cells to replicate. It can take months for that to happen. But we often, don't really know what's going on in there, and until it just gets so big that it pops out of the surface, and now you have some dis-ease name. I like to call it disease, dis-ease. But my goal is to always do whatever I can so that I don't get to that point. And that's what I like to think everybody else wants to do, because, without our health, we have nothing, right? We have no good quality of life. And so I'm always thinking about my immune system and what can I do to help support it, because I know it's my number one line of defense. So we want to do as much as we can for it. So we've talked about many different parts about staying in balance with our health. But I want you to think about, what if you only had one car for your lifetime? How would you take care of the car? We'd probably wash it every week. We'd wax it. We'd clean it. We'd have all the maintenance done regularly, right? Well, I want you to think of your body as this one vehicle that's going to get you through this one life. And the better we take care of ourselves, which means our body, our mind, and our spirit, the further it's going to carry us down the road of life. So if you ever given your overall health a score, today I just want to offer a free 15-minute health consultation to determine your health score. And because if you can't measure it, you can't improve it. So you can fill out the form. I'm going to put it in the chat, and you can contact me and we can go through your health score. You can also email me or call me at these numbers. And I just want to thank you all so much for listening. And I've just been so honored to be here and, allowing me to share my knowledge and to hear all of your knowledge for all these awesome speakers. So thank you so much.
Thank you. You guys out there, just so you know, and Risa, I know you're going to pop your stuff into the chat, right? Like your email address and phone number.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Just so you guys know, I'm not associated with ASEA, which is the company that she was telling you about. So I'm allowed to say whatever I want about it. I will tell you that I had to do a lot of research into it because one of my clients is an independent associate, and we were doing some web development for him. And in that process, I became very knowledgeable on the subject. Now I'm in Russia right now, and I was just checking the other day, and I can't do shipping over here, I don't think. So I'm gonna have to wait till I come back to America. And I'm for real gonna get like cases of it, because it's exactly it's not just like she for real is underselling it. I've seen so many people's testimonials, just like regular people, and the things that it has helped them with. I know they can't say like, oh, it cured this illness or this disease or whatever, but I'll tell you that it did. Oh, I don't have any problem with it. So get a hold of her and see if there's anything she can do to help. Amari, are you here? Amari?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes, I am ready.
Okay, so everyone, this is Amari Hill. She is an
Hi.
amazing human being. And I'm gonna turn it over to her right now.
Well, hi, I'm just gonna pull up my PowerPoint. And this is also my first presentation as well. So I'm excited. Let me. Moment. All right. All right, my name is Amari Hill, and I'm going to be talking about mind, body, soul development today. And I'm going to give a little information about myself. And my name is Amari, and my life purpose here on this beautiful planet is to help guide people through life crisis and complete healing through mind, body, soul development. And being the empathic person I am, I decided to use my healing abilities to help individuals struggling to see the light. And I always say I am a healer in many ways. I'm a tarot reader. I'm a Reiki 1 and 2 practitioner. And those have been my ways of helping people. I've helped many people. I want to encourage individuals to begin their mind, body, soul journey, especially with the world going through a pandemic. Battling a virus that attacks the immune system is so important for everyone to build up their immune system. An amazing way to start doing so is by focusing on mind, body, soul development. And when you first start working on your mind, body, and soul, you will slowly start making daily lifestyle changes to help you develop into your healthiest self. And it's so important to have patience with yourself while you are on this journey, and to just go with the flow and take it step by step, day by day. What I will be discussing today is what is mind, body, soul development, mind development, and how we can develop the mind, body development, our soul growth, and how our soul grow and thrive through our body once we start focusing on developing the mind and body. Connection between soul and spirit. I'm also going to discuss the difference between spirit and soul, and how your energy vibrations start to change when healing the mind and body. So what is mind, body, soul development? I always say it's getting to know yourself in a more meaningful way. So by doing so, you work towards releasing negative self-sabotaging ways that causes blockages in your daily lifestyle, preventing you from being your true, authentic self. So think of your mind as the builder or destroyer of your life circumstances. The mind is one of the powerful tools that's given to you. And I wanted to put these pictures because this lady, she just seemed free. And that's what it's like once you start developing in your mind, body. You just go on within to connect with yourself in a more deeper, meaningful way. And you start just breaking cycles and blockages from you being free and expressive. So your mind, body, soul is constantly working together as a team. So for example, if you're always thinking in confusion, depressed all the time, your body can become ill, leading to stress, which affects the body, heart problems, which can affect your soul, and mental illness, it can affect your mind, and altogether, because they're working as a team, if one is out of whack, all of them can be out of whack. When our bodies are affected, our souls become less powerful. So connecting with, sorry, that's supposed to say connecting, not necting. Connecting with our soul is the way to connect to spirit, which is the way to connect to the source of all living things, which means we can receive information to help heal ourselves from source while on our soul journey. So when we start going within to connect, we start to listen to ourselves, and your higher self as well. Science tells us that the potential of the mind is unlimited and that we only use a small portion of its vast energy. So it's a part of ourselves that we are not connecting to, because of the society and the way things have been placed to prevent us from our true power. So when we take care of our mind, body, and soul, we can thrive, and so can our healing. So mind developing, I added this quote because I just want to be motivational. And I love this quote, and it said, how we care for ourselves gives our brain messages that shape our self-worth. So we must care for ourselves in every way, every day. It becomes a lifestyle change. And again, that's why it's so important to have that patience with ourselves. The mind is a very powerful, when we start to focus on changing negative thoughts, circumstances to focus on positive outcomes, we begin to manifest our desires and goals. And life is not always, good. And it's so important learning the tools to help us, to change our perspective on why things may happen to us and occurring, the negative things. I always say I'm blessed for the negative things that happen to me. It makes me stronger, wiser, and it pushed me to be more positive. Negative emotions that can affect our minds are trauma, fears, anger, guilt. And you are in charge of replacing your old and patterns with new ones through your mind, body, heart, and spirit. It's like you have to want it to change. You can get help. You can get help from a healer, assistance from a coach, but you have to want to do it yourself. It's all about where you want and learning your goals. And it's so important to not let past mistakes, past trauma affect your present or your future. Like it's this post is saying that goes around, like, present is called present for a reason. It's a gift. So it's so important to use that gift of being in the present and not focus too much on the past or the future. Now, if you do have trauma that's affecting your present decisions, it's important to visit the past, but don't stick there. Heal it and keep moving forward. Okay. This. Thoughts manifest our reality. So I work with kids, and we had them play a game that we split them in two teams, but we told one leader, no one knew who was the leader, but we took one kid out of each group and told one kid, hey, you be positive, and we told the other kid, hey, you be negative. You send negative, you don't support the team. And we saw the positive, like, hey, you be the positive kids, you give this group positive information and like encouraging them, how you're doing good. So at the end, they were building like these paper spaceships, and it was limited to tools they had. So I gave them a challenge, and the person that was receiving the positive feedback in your group that was given to them, they had built a really nice spaceship out of newspaper, rubber bands, and tape. That's all they had. and it was nice. And then the other one, they didn't really do well. They didn't get done in time. And it was to see, like, we wanted to show them that, hey, it's important to be positive and supportive, because you get things done better as a team. And that's one thing I believe with the thoughts manifest our reality. So it's so good to stay positive. And yes, trauma, fears, and anger, those are normal human emotions. And it's so important for us not to ignore them, but it's also important for us not to stick in that energy. So learning what triggers negative thoughts is very important. And by learning what trigger negative emotions, we learn how to control emotional outbursts. And I wanted to touch on what is trigger. So triggers to me is things that happen in your past, trauma. And one of my triggers right now is bullies. I do not like bullies. If I see someone talking about someone bullying me for no reason, it's a trigger for me to go into these negative emotions of anger, rage, and it's just negative. But I had to switch that. I have to find a way to switch that negative emotions I felt against bullies to a positive one. And it's like, they just need love. You know, bullies usually are bullies themselves, and everyone is healing. Nobody's perfect. I'm not perfect. I try to be close to it though, but no one's perfect, and everyone just is working at their own pace. And not everyone don't want love, and we have to realize there's reasons for that. And we can't blame nobody but ourselves if we let someone affect our energy and our positive space. We can't blame nobody but ourselves until we realize that what they have don't have nothing to do with us. I can only control my actions and how I respond. And so that's one of my triggers. And it's important for you to find your triggers. You know, what things push you, like, especially if you work with people. It's so important to understand and learn those triggers. Ways to develop our mind and thoughts. And learning how to work with your mind, you must learn to forgive. And that begins with forgiving yourself as well. I do wanted to add that in. So developing a growth mindset, just grow. It's hard to grow when you're being negative. So I say you choose what state you want to be in. So it's so important to have patience with yourself. Guided meditations have helped me. Yoga, exercise, writing down unwanted emotions instead of ignoring them. Writing really helps to be more aware of your daily interaction with yourself and others. So, and also again, being aware of triggers and just breathing again. Positive entertainment, what we listen to, is so important. Okay, so we're gonna touch on body development. Physical exercise is indispensable to the development of body, and quite as certainly is spiritual activity requisite to the healthful and normal development of the soul. So developing the body is very important because everything is connected. The physical body is a vehicle through which your soul works together during your earth life. The body is an amazing tool and should be well cared for over the course of your daily living. The physical body, the body is an amazing tool. It should be well cared for over the course of your daily living. And I know a lot of people probably heard the saying, your body is your temple, and meaning your body is your connection to God. You are God. God is love. So it's so important for us to take care of our bodies and watch what we eat, the chemicals we use and such. And I do want to go back to how stress affects the body. We have our senses, the mind, to our head and our heart and our lungs. All of those things can become out of balance, affecting our daily, how we interact with others and how we interact with ourselves. So it's important to watch our stress. Food is nourishment to the organs in our body, and the body can become weak if we do not watch the intake of our food. That can lead to chemical imbalances in our body, and that can create energy blockages. Little things can lead to big things. So it's important for us to realize the little things that we are doing that can later affect us. Food is energy, and not only food can affect our body, cleaning products, and any type of hard chemicals can affect our senses. During developing the body, self-love will be important during this healing process. And like I said before, always take it one step at a time. It's a journey, and I feel like you should love it because one day you're going to help someone else with your difficulties. My body soul development will be different. For myself, for an example, when it comes to body, food for me is just being a little girl. I always been chunky, always been chubby, always been athletic though, always been in sports, but food is like was like my guide, was my comfort. I eat when I'm mad, when I'm sad. And that's been one of my attachments that took learning how to grow from food. And someone else experienced that might be just easy for them, and they might have a hard time more developing in the mind area of their life. And I wanted to also bring up the 5 senses again so our vision, and they always say eat carrots to help us with our vision. In the process of receiving objects to the eyes and our touch, I always say hugging heals. So smell, taste, and hearing, those are all so important. And the foods we eat, that can affect and help us have stronger sights, and you open up your 6th sense as well with your 3rd eye, and connecting with your higher self. Ways to develop the body, and I have this picture right here, and it's just showing the physical body and how as you heal, you start to expand your vibration. Once you start healing the emotional and the mental parts of yourself, you start to expand your energy to where you don't even have to go chasing after your goals. It just everything just line, not that you don't go for them, but everything will just come to you naturally because you went within to bring in those things from source that you would like to achieve and have. So like I said, again, you treat your body as a temple, exercising, healthy eating habits, paying attention to chemical products that you use, self-love, and again, I cannot stress this enough, having patience with yourself is so important. During this process, we was born in this world with so many distractions to distract us from getting to that ourselves. And it's hard when everything around you is just, it's just very easy to fall back into old patterns. So it's just so important to have that patience with yourself. So growing your soul connection. So when you are feeling better vibrationally, you are going to gravitate towards that which feels better physically. You are going to gravitate towards the food and the activities and the places that best serve you and the expansion of your consciousness. Again, you can evolve and expand even under the conditions of a highly polluted city with chemical, not in food and water, but why not make it easier on yourselves? And it's this rapper, his name is Little Baby, but he says like he's the God in his city, meaning he gives everyone hope. He gives everyone inspirational. And I am from Flint, so it's needed here where I'm from. And I try to walk in that godly form of love and unconditional love to show that, hey, you can do it. And the more people that goes on that train, the more the world can change and be better. And I do work with kids, so starting with our youth to see that will be big help for that evolution of humans. So our soul is like a big ball of energy, and it's our emotions, our will, reason, thoughts, minds, what we truly desire, our true self. So your soul is a big ball of energy that keeps our mind and body functioning. The goal here to achieve is to allow the mind, body, and soul to move in harmony together in balance. Once you develop an understanding of the three distinct parts of your being and how they were designed to operate together, you can bring wholeness and joy, satisfaction, and fulfillment into your life. And it feels so good. It just feels so good being aware of your soul and connecting with your soul. It's just, and you just grow. The more you do, the better it gets. And it just feels amazing. I wanted to explain this Trav. So this, not graph, but chart, picture, should I say? So the natural physical world is which is here on 3D, us communicating with each other right now. So our intake of what we put into our body, which feeds our soul. So you choose what to think. So you have the free will to evolve your soul or to not. You have the free will to eat that cheeseburger or to eat a salad. So our soul is connecting to spirit, which is the source of all living things, and that it comes back down. So your input becomes your input becomes your output into yourself. And you receive information from the senses through your body, which connects to soul and spirit. So raise to grow your soul connection. And I had to put this picture because connecting with nature is so important and it's a huge, huge benefit when growing. And hugging a tree is so nice. I was having a bad day. Well, I shouldn't say bad, but a more difficult, challenging day for myself the other day. And I broke my phone. So I broke my phone and I had to take it to get fixed. And the YMCA, which is a place where the gym was closed, but they have an outdoor field. And I'm like, while I dropped my phone off, I'll go walk at the park. It's gone 30 minutes, not far, won't be far without having a phone, go up the street and walk. So I'm walking, I just hugged on this tree and I kissed it. And I don't do it much because of me being embarrassed, other people going to see me. But I'm growing out of caring about what people think when it comes to my connection with spirit. I'd be that example. But hugging it just helped me. I felt better and it was really nice. So go hug a tree today. So when you find the healthy balance between your mind, heart, and body, you will begin to learn how everything is connected when growing your soul connection. Everything is connected. I wanted to also, I'm not going to stay on this too long, but because it's so many different topics you can go into when talking about your mind, body, soul. So the physical body, we have the air, water, fire, earth elements, and space. So once you start working on your physical body, which is us, which is how our soul thrives, we begin to connect with those things from source to help us evolve. And then that leads to our chakra system, which is the energy in our body, which blockages can be created within us. So once we do that, working on our mind, body, soul, our energy vibration change with that. So, and then our mind, we start tapping into different layers of our mind, which is very, very beneficial. And I say we use it as a tool to help us navigate through life, especially when we have the negative things that happen to us in our life. And then we start connecting with our intuitive body. So we end up beginning to know how to heal ourselves and solutions of why things may be happening to us, being aware of the decisions we make. And then that also leads to a state of bliss, which is our creative mind. The creative mind is so important. We start co-creating with the universe, and we start living. And the more you do raise your vibration, I know everyone's different, but they say creative energy is sexual energy as well. So I know I say sexual ecstasy down there, and I wanted to just explain that on that part. I also have notes because I don't want to miss anything. So if you see me looking down, making sure I don't miss anything, because then later I'll be like, oh, I forgot to say this. I could have helped someone. All right. So I wanted to talk about difference between soul and spirit. Okay. So we are a spirit, you have a soul, and you live in a body. And spirit keeps the soul thriving. So 4 main spirits are nature spirits, also called elementals. We have earth spirits, air spirits, fire spirits, water spirits. And connecting with these elements during your mind, body, soul development can help you stay focused and grounded. Like I just said, I hugged a tree and it helped me reground myself to that natural bliss state of just peace, joy, love, and happiness. I really needed it. Trees are my best friend. So the whole universe in its essential nature is the movement of energy and information. The only difference between you and a tree is the information and energy content of your respective bodies. So on the material level, both you and the tree are made up of the same recycled elements, mostly carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, and other elements. You and the tree are constantly exchanging your carbon and oxygen with each other. You know, trees clean the air that we breathe. So ways to connect with spirit, being in a high vibration, and having that positivity, that love, compassion, and peacefulness within you, is trying to stay out of the low vibration, fear, anger, anxiety, sadness, depression, which occurs, if we lose a family member, of course we're going to be sad. If it's an earthquake, of course you're going to be in fear. Someone just come up and randomly hit you, of course you're going to be angry, and anxiety and sadness, that all comes with it. So it's just important, like I said, to learn the tools to use to stay in that positivity, love, compassion, unconditional love, and peacefulness, and showing gratitude always. And this is my painting that I did and I love, and I want to just put that in there to still rise over the low vibrational energy and continue to be yourself, and don't let negative situations change who you are. Keep going. Even when you make mistakes, forgive yourself and make it right. Don't let guilt take over you and make it a part of it, make that who you are. It's not who you are. It's just something that happened. Just keep going. Nobody's perfect. And ways to connect with spirit is taking care of the planet. And like I said again, hugging a tree and putting your feet in dirt and water. Everyone might not like to get dirty, so you just find a way that you can connect with spirit. Not everybody they want to connect with mind, body, soul, but they don't like nature. So find your own way of solution, whether it's even getting a fake tree and fake plant and put it in your house. It's all about your intentions at the end of the day. And again, giving thanks and fall in love with taking care of yourself, mind, body, and spirit. It takes time and it's okay. Just find someone to help you if you need that support. I also wanted to talk about raising your vibration, how your vibration starts to change when developing your mind, body, and soul. You just start to attract these naturally to you. You might just naturally, God put people in your life to help you with your problems. You never know why someone's placed in your life, and it could just be what vibration you in to help you achieve the things in your goals. So the higher your vibration, the more authentic you are, and the more capable you'll be of tuning into what you really want, then manifesting it into reality. Just think about it. When your mind is in a good space, you have more clarity. When your body is healed, you have more energy to accomplish daily goals. When your mind and body is both healed, you can connect to your soul. Energy starts to help guide you to make decisions. And like I said, I work with kids. So it's so important for me. That really motivated me again because like I said, my body with food, it's that energy. So with me working with kids, I want to have I need a lot of energy to interact with kids and to keep going daily. It's 12 hours I'm working with kids straight. I also want to touch on spirit, soul, and body and how they work together.
Amari,
Yep.
I might not be able to let you keep going because we're on a we gotta have
Oh, I'm
Alice come
sorry.
up
I
here.
lost track of time.
No, I know what happens. How can
No,
people
it's
get a
fine.
hold of you?
You can get a hold of me. Let me go to
Your website's still Living Life with Amari, right?
yes, and I have it here.
Okay. And what's
You
your
can
email?
contact
Oh,
me
there you
here.
go. Okay.
And this is my email address here.
Okay. I'll
And
pop that
before
in
it
too.
ends, I do want to leave off with this and say that the world ain't all sunshine and rainbows. It's a very mean and nasty place. And I don't care how tough you are, it will beat you up to your knees and keep you there permanently if you let it. So you choose what state of world you want to live in, because it's good and bad to it. You can view it as this mean world or nasty place, and you can go into that place of love and see how you see the world. You ain't me or nobody's gonna hit as hard as life, but it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done. And I will end my presentation. I'm sorry for letting it go on so long.
No, you're
This
fine.
is my first time, and I'm going to evaluate this and learn from it.
That was awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank
You had a
you.
lot of really powerful, strong insights. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
You guys out there, get a hold of Amari. And again, all of our speakers, please reach out, just talk to them, see if there's anything they can do for you. Even just, I don't want to discount the power just simply of networking and meeting other positive people that you can have in your life. We're all here to support each other and we're all here to grow together. So next up, speaking of helpful people, good, kind-hearted human beings, we have Alice Miller. And she is, I don't know if she's going to introduce herself, but she is a children's author and also a cooking coach and nutritionist. And I'm going to bump it on over to her.
Hi guys, how is everybody today? Thank you for hosting Abby and sponsoring Kiva. Really excited to be here. And if you guys give me a minute, I do have some things to share for you. And I will apologize in advance. My family is over and they're watching a football game. So if you hear some really loud, crazy noises in the background, that's what's going on. Okay. So, okay. All right, so hi, I'm Alice. I am the founder of Create Education. We offer cooking classes, cooking programs, and nature programs. I am the cooking coach, so I do individual and group cooking classes. I am a nutritionist, and I have also wrote the children's book, What's in a Kitchen. And I'm a mom. You can see on my screen my two littles, and I have a third one who's 4 months old. I like smoothies and soups. Those are my two things that I am really good at creating. And I'm a wannabe gardener. I say wannabe because I grow things and not all of them survive, but my pumpkins do. So that's my pride and joy is my pumpkins. So that's a little bit about me. Today, I want to talk about food, how to stop dieting, and how to start cooking. For me, I have a very long history of toxic dieting and trying to be healthy. I started to really be in control of my health when I got back in the kitchen and reconnecting with food, and when I started cooking. A little bit about my journey with dieting. I guess you could say it started, in teenage years when you're 13 and you want to look a certain way because you see, all the magazines with the beautiful people and the movies, and you're kind of forced with that imagery of how you're supposed to look. So my dieting started with, consuming Slim Fast. And then went on to lean cuisines, lean pockets, that transferred into, as an adult, taking diet pills, trying to be skinny and look a certain way. I really didn't have too much navigation on health and how to be healthy. That didn't really start until I became pregnant at a young age when I was 21. And I really started to, I needed to be healthy to take care of a new baby. So cooking and nutrition, that's what kind of sparked that path and that fire. So before we get started, I would just like to collect some data if you feel comfortable. And I don't know how I can do this on this interface. If we just want to write some answers in the chat, is that a way we could do that?
That's probably the best way.
Okay. So, how many diets have you been on in your life? And this can be making dietary changes, supplements, trying to change appearance. And if you felt they were successful, mildly successful, if you want to share that, just, how has your health journey been in terms of dieting? And I'll give you guys a couple minutes to write in the chat below. Are there any? Okay, I was gonna say, now I can see the chat. Okay, many, countless. Anybody else want to share? Don't feel like you have to either, if you feel comfortable.
I sent mine as a direct message, not to interrupt you.
Okay.
I pretty much had them all. Like, I was a vegan for 9 years, vegetarian. I did the carnivore diet last year, Atkins, fasting, like did an Indian diet, like Japanese diet, did them all. So I just figured out it'd be easier than retyping it.
Thank you for sharing. Okay. So with these diets, has cooking ever been presented as an option? Okay. Limited mostly, one highly structured meal. Okay. Yeah, for me at least, cooking has never been presented. Like, the key is to cooking your own food. That was never an option that I had. So before I go into cooking and the benefits of cooking, I think it's important to shed some light on the dark side of diets and why it is difficult to navigate being healthy. As a cooking coach and a health coach, it's important to focus on these issues of why it's so difficult, because it can be frustrating and you might not be able to see like the light at the end of the tunnel. Like you might give up. And I'm here to encourage you and show you that it is easy to be healthy and it's worth it. So one of the main things, I have a picture of all these awesome people with rockin' bods on there. One of the main things is false promises and false body images. If you drink this shake, if you take this pill, if you exercise, this specific exercise, you're going to look like this. And you think you do. I know I've been suckered into buying products because, there was a attractive person on the thing and I wanted to look like that. And I thought if I took, that pill, I was going to have that type of body. But that is so far from the truth, because what you don't see is that these individuals, they work hard, they exercise and have personal trainers. They're exercising for hours a day. They have nutritionists, they have people, chefs, they have people making their meals. They have If they have children, they have nannies and a support system. They have an entire support system that allows them to take care of themselves and their bodies. That is something that the majority of us do not have. I know as a mom of 3, it's a challenge to even get in 10 minutes of exercise a day, and even cook a healthy meal. So I think setting yourself up and knowing that it takes, like Amari had said in the previous presentation, like it takes time. You have to be patient with yourself, your health, your mental, physical, and spiritual health is a process. It takes time to find balance. It's not done in a day or a week. Another thing that I think is important to touch on is that everybody's body is different. There is not a one size fit all. One size does not fit all, as that picture says. This is something I really wasn't aware of until a few years ago. We are all different. On the outside, we're different, but on the inside, we're different on a cellular level. Our gut and microbiome, we have different types of bacteria inside of our guts. Let's say, Sarah is on paleo diet and it works wonderful for her, but Sally starts the same diet, does the same exact thing, but experiences, cramping and bloating and other digestive discomforts. Her microbiome might not be the same. Our genetics and DNA, we all come from different places. Typically, individuals, Western or have like a European heritage, do not typically do well with someone from like an Asian descent. Like their bodies might not be able to handle soy products. And that has definitely something to do with our genetics and DNA. Our life stage, we're all at different life stages in nutritional need and need different nutritional needs. A 20-year-old who is highly active and has exercises required compared to a 50-year-old who has a woman who has a sedentary lifestyle, may be going through menopause. They are going to require different nutritional needs, different caloric needs, different macros, different micros. So we have to recognize that we're all at different life stages and we all need different things. Root issues, we all have them. And as a gardener, I like to really use comparison with plants. Sometimes plants on the outside are suffering and we try to fix them with a product or a spray on the outside, and it might work for a little bit, but the problem returns. If we don't look at the roots or soil of our plant, we might not fix the problem. We're not getting to the root issue of what's going on with that plant. So sometimes root issues in our relationship with food could be childhood trauma. Like, did you sit at the table and were forced to eat green beans? So to this day, you hate green beans or all vegetables because you were forced and it was a negative experience. Are you in an unhealthy relationship or lack of support at home? Do you work all of the time and then don't have enough time to prepare meals and take care of yourself? Are you in a relationship with an individual that doesn't support you making healthy choices? These are all factors to consider when we're trying to take care of our health and be balanced. And it's necessary because if you don't address these areas in your life, you stay stuck in the cycle, in that wheel of yuckiness, if we don't look at our roots. Last thing I'm going to touch on is conflicting information. There's so much information on the internet, and that's great. However, it can be overwhelming, especially when you read, you can eat this, but don't eat that, or, exercise this way, but don't exercise that way. there's just too much, and sometimes it just becomes overwhelming and we give up and say, well, what's the point? It doesn't matter what I do. So with my clients and when I'm teaching, I really like to try to simplify it all, because that's a lot of noise. That's a lot of noise and it starts out, as I said, like even from childhood, that we hear this noise. So how do we filter that all out? I just really like to simplify things and tell people food is medicine. This quote, let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food. Food really can harm you and it really can heal you. It has the power to do that. So real quick, I would like to know what your relationship with cooking is. And I gave you a couple options here. What's a kitchen? Microwave meals are for the win. We love food but hate cooking. Can make basic things. Oh, I'm just popping in and out of the thing here. I live in my kitchen. Food is life. Hold your baby and do squats. Oh, that was from, I try. Okay. So how do we all feel about cooking and food? You cook as a form of self-care. Beautiful. Awesome. I love to cook and fix almost all my meals at home. Very cool. Cook all the time, love fresh veggies, yes. Okay, good. So we have a lot of chefs in here. It seems like, and that you guys all have a pretty solid relationship with cooking and food. Okay, I'll pop back on to see if anybody else writes anything in a minute. I haven't figured out how to juggle the chat and screen yet, so we'll go this way. So it's important to know when I'm working with clients what their challenges are, because it's easier said than done. Go cook yourself a meal, super easy, right? Well, these are just a small list of the things that I face and my clients face, and then we try to come up with solutions to these challenges. Lack of time, lack of energy. That's the biggest one, I think, that I see the most too. When you don't feel good, the very last thing you feel like doing is cooking. Like very last, you don't want to cook. So with that, yeah, I just, the most thing to be is just encouraging to try to you have to get that pendulum swinging, because if you don't start somewhere, you're going to be stuck. Financial reasons are an issue. And then I try to teach individuals that, cooking healthy can be expensive, but it can also be cheaper in the long run if you know how to do it. Not knowing what to cook, not having a plan. You have to be prepared. You have to be organized. Cleaning up afterwards. Nobody likes to do the dishes. You get hungry before you start cooking, so you eat and then you don't want to cook because you're full. Missing the skills to cook. We have lost a couple generations in cooking, it seems. When COVID hit, I think everybody kind of went back to their kitchen and they found that they didn't know how to prepare certain things, and that's kind of what inspired Create a little bit, because there was, how do I cook this? What do I do? We've lost that generational knowledge that grandmothers and mothers used to pass down to one another. Like nobody is in the kitchen anymore. I'm fortunate that my mom, was a stay-at-home mom, and we were poor, so like she cooked food and made meals good, but I was able to see her cooking in the kitchen and making meals, and that had an imprint. A lot of us don't have that luxury. We haven't seen we don't get to see that anymore. So with these challenges, it's important to know that that's what they are, is they're challenges, and we can overcome these obstacles by working together, and then it's possible. And when you do, the rewards are plentiful. There are so many benefits to cooking for your body, mind, and soul. I'm going to touch a little bit on each. So for your body, when you start to cook, and you have more control over the ingredients, you're able to cook wholesome, healthy meals. Once you start to recognize like what ingredients are good for you and what works for you and what doesn't, but you have that control. You're not, in a restaurant eating the food that has loads of sugar and salt and other weird additives and preservatives. Like, you're in control of what you're cooking. Less additives and preservatives are better for health. And but that goes into knowing how to read nutritional labels and knowing what ingredients do have a negative impact on your body. And cooking for your body does lead to more balanced eating. And I'll use the example. So for me, one of my negative habits are, I'm hungry, so I'm in my car and I eat a granola bar or a power bar. And yeah, it filled me up for a minute, but I'm hungry again. When I sit down, when I prepare a meal and sit down and eat,
Did we lose her?
I'm taking my time, I'm connected, my body, and I feel good. One of the things I first noticed when I started my journey with cooking and food was, I just ate this meal and I don't feel yucky. I have energy to go for a walk, compared to when I would eat out and eat pizza and immediately would want to go sit down and lay on the couch for hours and just feel yucky. When you can prepare healthy, wholesome meals, you'll notice a difference, after you eat and how you feel. You'll have that connection. Here we go. Mind. When you're cooking, you kind of do have to have, it together, and it's a forced of, you got to get it together, because you do have to be organized. You have to know where your tools are. You have to know timing of things. You have to be able to prioritize cooking. When you're cooking, you have to be focused. You have to solve problems. You have to remember steps and recipes. You have to be able to multitask. All of these things help your mind. It's a cerebral meditation and exercise. And, those are all good things. Soul. Benefits of cooking. It is good for your soul. Bonding. You can invite friends over, expand your social circle, which does alleviate stress. Studies have shown that when you're in a group of people and you're talking and sharing and communicating, it has an effect on your neurotransmitters. It elevates your oxytocin. It elevates the feel-good hormones in your body. Those are all good things for your soul. Adds joy to your life. I cherish family dinner nights, and as a kid, my mom would have our cousins over, and my grandma and grandpa. Every Sunday, make an awesome meal. We would sit, we would talk. There was just warm, fuzzy feeling, and you can't bottle or buy that. It adds joy, and all those things. When your body feels healthier, you feel happier, inside or out. Inside and out. So dieting doesn't work, but cooking does. And if you're ready to reconnect with your body, reconnect with food, the earth, and get back into the kitchen and start cooking, That's talk. So that was it. Does anybody have any questions or would like to add to anything like that? Oh, there's lots going on in the chat here. Okay. I'm catching up here. Okay, Kiva, love some self-care. Fast food yuckies, yep. Oh, I want to touch on that. I think Beverly said there are some fast food yuckies thrown in and it makes me feel yucky, although my body's wisdom protects me from worse. I'd like to share it with my kids. This is a tool that I like to share with people and try to encourage them to use it with themselves and with their children. My kids love junk food. They love, greasy food. They love McDonald's. And they have it sometimes. I don't take them, but they do get it. And usually after they consume like this type of fast food yuckiness, they feel yucky. They have digestive issues. They have diarrhea. Their tummies hurt. So I try to say, okay, well, what did you eat? And then they say, I had McDonald's. And I continue the conversation with, well, do you think that might be making you not feel good? And they say, yeah, so right there, you're building, you're making your brain think, you're firing those neurons and you're making the connection to that didn't help me. So will I make that choice again? They do here and there, but I'll share with you. I've heard them say, no, I don't want that because it makes my belly hurt. So right there, they're able to make that connection that food has an effect on their bodies and they don't want to do it. Oh, is someone chatting? I thought I heard something. Okay, so it's like, oh, so Abby?
No, it wasn't me. Is that someone in your background? I thought maybe it was the football people.
No.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, so it's like the concept of how we're taught when we're little not to touch the stove because the stove is hot. Well, eventually we touch the stove and it's hot and we're not going to touch it again. It's that connection. So, cooking and being connected to your food, it's part of learning about your body and being connected and getting in tune. And if you can start to have that communication, with yourself, those are all good tools to have to keep you balanced. So fasting, cooking is a lost art. Yes, it is. It connects us to our ancestors. So Abby said, cooking is very spiritual. It connects us to our ancestors and tunes us into where our food is coming from. I don't like when people are in the kitchen when I'm cooking. I'm on a mission. Oh, people in Russia make, how do you pronounce that?
Pilmeni.
Oh, lots of vodka. Okay.
Yeah. It's like a big thing.
And that's awesome. That's so cool. So fortunately works better. Okay. So with that, I hope you guys enjoyed this presentation. I hope I was able to encourage you guys to maybe get back into your kitchen and cook and connect to our food and food systems. If you have any questions or comments, that's my contact information. And check out my website for more. I'll be having some live cooking demonstrations and events coming up as well.
Alice, how do we get a copy of What's in a Kitchen?
That is on Amazon. And I believe there is a link, not on my website, but on the Facebook page.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. I love talking about food.
Yeah. Well, it was great to hear it and very inspirational. Everybody out there, if you want some, again, you don't even need to cook, reach out to Alice, make some new positive connections. We all need more positive people in our life. So that's what we're here for. All right. And finally, Richard and Jessica, are you guys here? Yeah,
yes,
you
we are.
absolutely are.
Stop
All right.
share. Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and send it over to you guys and let you do your thing.
All right. Well, thank you and welcome for having us here today. My name is Richard McKeeseldek.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jessica. We're so honored to be here. And thank you so much, Abby, for having us.
So we are a hero gimmick couple, and we're also assisting a lot of our family right now, which is all of you, our beautiful soul family that are here at this time on earth, to really step in to their highest calling and what that means to be alive at this time on earth. As each one of you are aware, there's just so many changes that are continually to unfold day by day. And for us to be able to move deeply through this energetic landscape that's continually changing, it's requiring all of us to really be honest and truthful with ourselves and to do things in a bit of a different way than we may have been able to do before. So myself and Jessica, we're both also light language speakers. So we'll be speaking a little bit of light language for each one of you. Throughout this presentation, it just really helps us bridge this on a higher self to higher self level of communication. It's a connection into our soul frequencies and our soul languages. Kurikia Kazayoro Komati. So I just welcome you all into this sacred space with us today. Now, one of the most important things that we're working with people at this time is to understand how we're able to move through deep levels of negative ego programming that many of us are still holding on to open up to our deeper stages of embodiment. And when I mean embodiment, we're speaking about a deeper level of soul connection, soul embodiment, heart connection, heart expansion, and unity consciousness field. Now, how does Heroes Gamos come into this? Heroes Gamos is a sacred marriage that occurs through two genetic equals coming together, also known as like twin rays or divine masculine, divine feminine, that are able to come together and go through certain spiritual levels of initiation. Through this also anchors what is known as like a Trinity energy. This Trinity energy is unity consciousness. Unity consciousness is being anchored on a microcosmic level to a macrocosmic level throughout this system. Now, you can go through this process on your own as well, just by being able to connect into your own divine masculine and divine feminine energies and being able to come into a level of marriage within yourself, which is aligning you into more of a what we call a Christos alignment, which is your soul alignment to your future self and your connection with God and all that you are. So this requires a very high level of emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence, we're starting to see more with our empathic family and a lot of people who are more in tune with the energies around them. So now, what does this mean? This means our feelers. A lot of you are feelers on this call, and you feel energy and you feel through situations in life, and you can feel other people's energies. So we're now shifting where we're really becoming aware of these energies and how we're energetically engaging in them. This is an advanced level of emotional intelligence that's starting to develop. So empathic people are going to be the first ones to really be able to hold a unity consciousness field, as well as sacred couples that are also holding and anchoring the Trinity energies at this time.
I feel one of our most important jobs at this time is to truly understand how to connect with our hearts and how to open our hearts to receive that innate divine wisdom that connects us in with our soul and our higher self connection. So many of us have been conditioned and programmed to process a lot of information through our mental mind constructs. And through this linear way of thinking, it only allows us to perceive a reality that is only within the 10% of what actually is occurring around us. So when we understand that through like our heart and feeling our empathic connection and that heart-brain coherence, we open ourselves up to perceive a reality in a world that is much grander than the one that we've been seeing at a third dimensional level for most of our lives. So many of us know that we came here with a purpose and a mission to assist the collective, to assist our beloved family in awakening to the world beyond the 10% of reality that most of us live within. And so when we're talking about moving beyond the physical, we're talking about the metaphysical, we're talking about the energy that can be felt and experienced once you open your heart and connect inwards with your soul and your higher self. And this is where spirituality comes into play, because it actually is a part of us. We are, a holistic being that has an emotional body, a spiritual body, a physical body. And when we neglect a part of ourselves, we are really cutting ourselves off from being able to embody all that we are. And this is when we start going into feelings of depression or mental health issues or physical issues. All of these things manifest because we're not taking care of the whole person. So I absolutely love that. Just before we jumped on, we were talking about how to reconnect with our bodies and nourish our bodies and feed our bodies. And just like we need to take care of our bodies, we also need to take care of our spiritual bodies and our emotional bodies, and learn how to give ourselves the nourishment that we need in all areas of our life to be able to embody all that we are and all that we came here to be. And as we process these energies and access our hearts, open our hearts truly to be able to feel all that is beginning to open up for us, we're able to heal a lot of these traumas and pain that we actually have stored within our bodies. This is physically stored within us. So anywhere that you have processed trauma, whether in this lifetime or other lifetimes, it's stored within you, and it will manifest itself in your life in some way, shape, or form to allow you to bring healing to that. And so as creators, we actually create our lives. We create everything that's around us. From our interactions to our experiences, we create it from being able to access all of this information that's stored within us. And so this is how we create our reality. So we create a better life for ourselves by healing a lot of these soul wounds and triggers and traumas that are stored within us. And so through light language, we're actually connecting with energy through sound and vibration, and everything is energy, everything is frequency, everything is sound and holds a resonance. And so when you tune into something, you can actually feel the resonance within your being. You can feel the energy of something just as you tune into someone and you say, this person helps me to feel relaxed or calm, or I feel really connected to this person and I don't know why. You're tuning into the energy, the field of that person. And so when we speak a light language, we're connecting into a certain frequency and vibration, and it's through the heart that we're able to access this, and then we create the sound that connects in with that energy. See, this is a very playful energy and it's a very high vibrational.
Yeah, and just to take a moment and to reflect as well that a lot of people within the 3D realms are really just operating within the personality matrix. So our first dimension, second dimension, and third dimensional conscious awareness is what makes up the personality matrix. Now, in everyday life, this is where probably I would say 95 to 97% of the population tend to exist and tend to live. Now, when we move more into a fourth dimensional state of consciousness, and this is when we start connecting more into our heart center, we're starting to connect more into our empathic energies and being able to really feel. When we start embodying, this is where the soul matrix actually starts to embody, is from the 4th dimension, 5th dimension, and 6th dimension. You are starting to embody your soul matrix. When we move up to 7th dimension, 8th dimension, and 9th dimension, you're starting to embody your monadic level of consciousness. And this is when a lot of, multi-dimensional awareness starts to really come in for you. And you're starting to actually perceive things beyond time, beyond space, beyond, all reality, where you can perceive things in the future and in the past, and also simultaneously happening at the same time. So this is so important, because when we are operating within a lower personality matrix of 3D, we're really just focusing on our mental body awareness, our analytical thinking. And this is now starting to hold a frequency resonance that is almost guiding you into a backwards direction. You're starting to kind of loop on things. You're not really able to perceive that organic, like divine flow and support from your own higher self-consciousness and awareness. There's a certain level of surrender that's being required for each one of us at this time. And when we're just within our mind or our ego, you're not able to perceive it, because this shuts off your heart consciousness. This shuts off your emotional intelligence and your emotional awareness to be intuitively engaged within the moment. There's so much that is just communicated on an unseen level. When we speak about that 10% of reality, we look at our DNA as well too. Our DNA is coming into a time now where it's starting to really reconnect, and we're starting to understand more of our quantum nature and the epigenetics of DNA and all the things that affect DNA, and how we're able to start plugging our DNA and activating our junk DNA and starting to perceive some of these higher sensory perceptions that have, kind of been lost within humanity for a very long time. So when we speak about light language, how these soul languages that we're speaking, this is something we all used to speak, and it's something that we all used to be able to communicate through. This is from a 7th dimensional level of consciousness that starts to activate and come through within the 7th DNA strand. Each DNA strand represents to a dimension as well as a strand, as well as past, present, and future lifetimes, depending. So our soul languages start to open, because this is in our avatar level of consciousness, our monadic level of consciousness, that this starts to come in. So when we say now to go back to the personality and matrix to understand this, first 3 dimensions, a lot of people are operating within 3 active DNA strands. When we have the original 12-strand DNA template that was here for humanity, if that's fully activated, we're able to do things beyond your wildest imagination, and at this point, when we're operating within those first 3 strands, it's keeping us in a very limited perception of what reality is. Now, we all know there's so many light frequencies and sounds and things that we're just not able to perceive. This is the nature of the reality of our harmonic universes and holographic universe and 15th dimensional time universal matrix that we're in. There's so much more that is occurring within this reality than we're able to perceive. So this is a lot of the things you're seeing right now within the world. There's just so much is changing, because as the earth is coming up in frequency and vibration, it's creating all of this change on earth. It's creating a lot of the systems to turn over. It's creating the way we think, the way we do things, and the way we perceive from even our own relationships, to do things in more of a higher consciousness way, and to continually look at how we can bring more consciousness within our life. So in a more linear way of doing this, we would be sitting down and really trying to plan and organize all these things out and how we can bring more consciousness in. What we're actually understanding and perceiving now, like consciousness wants to work through you. It wants to work through each one of you. And when you have the architecture, all you have to do is show up and consciousness will work through you. It's already there. It's just like love. Most people are not able to perceive love, truly what true love is. And it's not that love is not there. What it is they have so much trauma, conditioning, and programming that they're actually not able to open into their higher sensory perceptions to perceive this. Kurikiara kazayoro koyo komatiana sayara kiati usiara mahama siro yaada kiara kiana.
So when we begin to realize in our life that we're here for a greater purpose and that there is so much more beyond the physical understanding of our reality, we start to realize that we are not the mind, we are not the ego, but we are a soul, we are consciousness. And that our soul and our consciousness is always looking for a way to work through us to be able to create and to be able to embody our highest level of consciousness at this time that we're able to. And this is about really tuning in and reflecting within yourself about who you are and who you choose to be and who you want to be in this lifetime, you know, as a creator of your own life. And everything in this world is designed to pull you outside of yourself, to distract you from what is truly your spiritual mission, which is to reconnect in with yourself, reconnect in with that higher mind and guidance that is within you, and awaken that inner light, that spark of source that you are, that everyone on this planet has within them. But it's up to you to choose whether you are ready to access your light. And as we know, when we access light, it sheds light on all the darkness as well. So this is a process of polarity integration. There are polarizing energies on this planet, and we can see that in so many different ways. And just like oil and water separate, we have to integrate these aspects of ourselves or that are in polarity. So when we are experiencing one emotion, but we feel a part of ourself is opposing that emotion, where you know this is for your highest to, you know, begin stepping out and you know, walking your highest path, but you're afraid, or you have energies within you that try to sabotage or limit you or go into resistance. Those are the polarizing energies that need to be integrated. So any aspect within your being that is held in a frequency of polarity or a lower vibration, it needs to be integrated. And this is ascension. This is inner ascension. This is how we embody our highest light. We are already healed from a level of perception of our higher self out of physicalized form. But we understand that we also came here to help heal our ancestry, to heal the lineages and bloodlines that we're connected to. And so we know that when we incarnate into a family line, we take on all of that ancestral miasma and karma and energies that have been conditioned into that bloodline for so long. Just as your mom and your dad have always done things a certain way, and because their mom and their dad always did that way, this is the conditioning and programming that get passed on to us through genetic and environmental conditions. So as, you know, light workers, star seeds, way showers, beings of light that we are, we're helping to raise the consciousness of humanity by releasing these programs of ways of doing things that are no longer serving our highest growth as a collective. We're choosing to release a lot of these past energies that are so low in frequency to be able to break free of the limitations that so many of our ancestors and families have been holding on to, that say we need to work a 9-to-5 job and do things this way. You know, all of these old constructs were built in energy that's in a lower frequency. And the earth is a consciousness, and she's ready to ascend and go up in frequency. And we need to go up in frequency with her, because we are always connected to our home planet, our mother planet. There is a teaching that we are separate from everything that's around us, but everything that is life has consciousness. Plants have consciousness, animals have consciousness, and it all holds an energy. So we are actually working together during this time to come back into wholeness and to come back into unity consciousness with all things. And that includes within ourselves, within our relationships, with our planet, with everything. And so there are people all over the world right now that are connected to this web of light, that are assisting in raising the collective consciousness to bring light onto this planet and to bring healing onto this planet. But it starts with healing ourselves first, because that's what we came here to do, is to bring healing for ourselves and our lineages. And this helps to break up the density that has been stored physically within the bodies, within the planet for so long. And so we're able to heal this. So many of us have had lifetimes as healers, and we have been doing this work for many, many, many lifetimes until we were able to come into alignment with the ascension cycle. And this is actually a scientific phenomenon where the earth is aligning in a certain trajectory with the planets and the stars, where we're actually opening up a window to be able to go through this process within the planetary body and within the physical body, because it's all connected. The planetary body is connected to the physical body. It's a micro to macro representation and a macro to micro. So everything that happens to our planet is assisting us in raising our frequency. When we heal the planet, we heal ourselves. When we heal ourselves, we heal the planet. And all of this is interconnected, but we've forgotten this. This lost knowledge has been hidden for so long, but now we're remembering, we're starting to wake up to who we are and our abilities that we hold inside, and these soul gifts that we came here to awaken.
Now we're in a Heroes Gamos sacred relationship, and how is this different than many relationships you would see or experience today? It's really a higher conscious relation where we're able to perceive things in a completely different way. So one, it's not about personal like intentions and growth. It's about each one of us understanding who we are on a soul level, how we can hold that highest level of consciousness without putting levels of attachment on that other person, so they're able to also expand too. And by each one expanding, we're actually expanding together and supporting each other. And it's a very different way of thinking and perceiving and actually asking, is this something that's in their highest good, as opposed to having an expectation of what you think your relationship should be or what that person should be doing. And this is when we go back into the emotional intelligence piece. Our relationships are usually built over expectations of what we expect someone to do for us and what they expect us to do as a result of that initial expectation. And over a time throughout relationships, these expectations actually start to alter and change the energy of the relationship. When each one of you notice there's a honeymoon phase within relationships when they come together. This is because everything's new, the energy's new, and things are learning how to connect and bridge together. So how do we actually maintain that energy? There's a certain deep level of emotional intelligence that is required for us to understand the energetic attachments that we are creating and the energetic weight that we are creating within relationships, because everything we do and say operates on something which is called the law of consent. So the energy that we are engaging in, even though our mind is saying one thing, the energy that you are consciously choosing and putting out is creating an equalized law of consent back to you. So to be within a higher conscious relationship, it's really about, my beloved partner being the highest version of herself that she could be, in this lifetime. And myself supporting that, and her supporting me with myself being that highest version. And together there's a level of like cohesion that comes through that. And also understanding being 100% accountable for everything you're creating within your life. If you are feeling something, it's usually not your partner, that makes you feel that way. That's your own trauma that's coming up to the surface, that you're kind of mirroring back to each other. And this has been a really big piece for higher conscious relationships, is to be 100% accountable for the energy you're creating. As much as we want to say, you made me feel this way, that's never the case. The case is always, what am I unconscious of? And what is this showing me here? Why is this emotion coming up within me at this present time? Why am I feeling this? Because this person is mirroring that, but that trauma, if you're feeling it, is always stored within you on a cellular level. Now, this is imperative for higher conscious relationships to be successful, because if this is what sovereignty is, and understanding what sovereignty and sovereign relationships are, where you're able to be within your truth, you're able to stand within your truth, and you're able to hold that truth and have that mirrored back to you, and to perceive the traumas that are coming. Now, a lot of relationships, what we could say, like, what is an argument? It's a disagreement in two people's perceptions, but I don't really see it that way at all. We don't. We see it as just people trading traumas. This is my trauma, and this is your trauma. It's not actually resolving anything. We're just expressing our own traumas. So I just wanted to, leave that thought with you. And most of us spend most of our life just reflecting traumas to each other and playing out our traumas and re-traumatizing ourselves. Why does this happen? How does this happen? How do we prevent this from happening? Well, there's a high level of perception to really start to move through these ego layers, move through our emotional pain body layers, and to open up into more of our neutral state of awareness and fields. And when we can do that, now we're actually starting to see what is under all of that and be able to open up to a deeper level of intuition, and to have a deeper engagement within our relationships, and to have a deeper level of accountability for how we want to show up on an everyday basis in our lives. What, who, how, and what we want to be, how we want to do that, and how we can really be here for the highest good of everybody, including ourselves, our beloved, our family, our children. When we look at the family unit has really been destroyed on this planet for a very long time. Almost every family has a broken aspect to it, or broken relationships within that family. This is the restoration of our sacred masculine, our sacred feminine, our sacred mother, and our sacred father, and our sacred children. This is what is birthing right now through unity consciousness, through the Trinity energies. That Trinity energy represents, the beloved mother and father and the Christed child, which would be two coming together in that third energy. That is unity consciousness. And that is what has been, what is coming back into this planet at this time now. Now, how can we have this conversation when so many people aren't able to perceive this? That's all to do with frequency, vibration, resonance, and if they've been able to work through their traumas and conditioning, which are created through their entire life that they've been born into, because everybody is born into conditioning and on this entire earth. So it's a lifetime of unwinding, unknotting, and coming to a point where we're able to perceive things in our highest level of perception.
The final thought that I want to leave you all here with today is, when you ask yourself, what am I here to do or to heal? One of the things I always say is, look at your family dynamics. Look at the family that you were incarnated into. This was not an accident. You chose this family. You chose your mom, your dad, and your family situation. Look at the dynamics that are playing out. Look at the energy. Look at the conflict. Look at the conditioning and all of the things that are showing up for you. And instead of going into victim, which is an energy of why me, or why did I have to experience this, or blaming your mom or your dad or whoever else for something that was challenging in your life, really look at that energy and ask, how can I bring healing to this and forgiveness to this? Because this is something that you are personally working on to be able to break that cycle. We're all breaking cycles. And so whatever energy is showing up within your relationships, whether if it's chaotic, or if there's anger, resentment, or fear, or conflict between you and your mom or your brother, or whatever it is showing up, look at those relationships. Take a step back. and really ask yourself, what is needed? What is the antidote to be able to bring healing for this? And this isn't about the other person. It's always about you, because anything that is brought up to you from another person is a sacred message for something that you hold within an unhealed wound. If you feel reactive or triggered toward a situation, that means there is an energy within you that is wounded or hurt, or that needs to be addressed. It's never about the other person. They just simply reflect and act as the mirrors for you to show you what needs to be addressed and healed. And this is the primary function of these family dynamics. This is the primary function of all relationships. All relationships that you have in your life are there for a reason. There is an energy attraction there that needs to be healed and addressed. And sometimes we call these karmic relationships, but they're always meant for you. There is no mistake. There is no, that was a mistake. There's always a message and a growth opportunity, especially during ascension at this time. These relationships are here to help us spiritually evolve and grow. And once we can honor that and realize, wow, I learned so much through that person. They taught me so much about how to love myself. They taught me so much about the self-worth that I didn't hold for myself, right? So these are the things that we need to start looking at to be able to heal and break the cycle. So we stop attracting these situations into our life and we start to do the healing that we came here to do. And it all comes back to self-love and being able to surrender and accept, and then go into the healing work that needs to be healed so that we can release that energy that's stored within you, that trauma and that wound, so it no longer affects you or manifests itself in your life.
Yeah, if you can't find love within yourself and to love yourself and recognize that within you, how are you supposed to find that within another when you can't recognize it within yourself? So we just wanted to leave you with that. My name is Richard McKeezeldak.
And I am Jessica Rosalie.
And we're from starseedschangingtheworld.com. We also just had a multi-author book come out called Miraculous, which is about some of the healing journey in my life as well.
Which you can find on Amazon.
And you can find that on Amazon as a download as well. There's a bunch of beautiful, beautiful co-authors involved in the book, all way showers, leaders of light that are here at this time, just assisting to bring change. So I want to thank Abigail and all of the wonderful speakers and panelists within this group today that came forward, and just so honored and humbled to be here with each one of you and to express our deep gratitude, because one of the hardest things to do at this time is to really show up and to be a difference maker at these times and to step forward. So I'm just honoring each one of you. Thank you from our hearts to your hearts. We love you all.
Thank you so much, Richard and Jessica. That was awesome. Thank you. Kiva, do you have, Kiva's our, for those of you who are maybe just popped on a little bit later, Kiva is our sponsor today. Kiva, do you have any final thoughts or words or anything you'd like to say?
Oh, that was amazing. Just listening to all the messages, and yeah, it's just wonderful resonance. And I feel with all of these kinds of connections and community gatherings, online or offline, like everyone comes and receives the messages that they need. And I really felt that there with that last one as well. And yeah, thanks everyone for taking the time and showing up and preparing, and yeah, being in a good space to share with others and to receive from others is really wonderful. Thank you all so much.
Well, with that, I'm gonna let our audience know one more time. Please connect with everybody here. They're here to help you and support you on your journey. They are amazing people. And in 2021, in an era of COVID, we need positive connections more than ever. So take advantage of the situation. These people are your family on some level, even though you haven't really met them yet in person, or maybe you have. So reach out to them and we'll all be better for it. So thank you guys so much. I will be in touch with all of you, and everyone just have an amazing, amazing day. Stay safe. Love and light.
Thank you.